Welcome everyone to day 4 of Grains Week. My name is Abba Kaiser and I am the project manager for the WSU Food Systems program. And it is my pleasure to have been the steward also of the Cascadia Grains Initiative for the past 6 years. I'm going to do a brief introduction of Grains Week while we get ready for our first session on our 4th day featuring agronomic research. And I'm really excited to introduce you to that panel. But first, just a brief overview of Grains Week. We're glad that you're here. We've had a wonderful week of programming so far on baking, integrated uses, and we're really excited about the culinary research that's being done in addition to the integrated systems and of course the brewing and distilling world that is featuring up and coming farmers and regional grain systems. So all of those videos are available for free on YouTube on the Culinary Breeding Network's YouTube channel. You guys are already here, so you know what to do. And if you want to go back and watch any of those sessions, they'll be up in perpetuity on the YouTube channel there. So welcome. I'd like to thank our collaborators, including some of the folks who are going to be speaking in the next session. We have UW-Madison, Wisconsin as a presenting sponsor of this event, Cornell University, Oregon State University, Grow NYC, the Artisan Grains Collaborative, E-Organic, and of course, the Culinary Breeding Network hosting us all on their platform, as well as my team, the Food Systems Program and the Cascadia Grains Conference. We were really thrilled to partner with all of these wonderful research organizations and value-added organizations that are working towards a regional grain economy and making this important information available for free for those who want it. This is our team, just a beautiful snapshot of all of our faces. Just want to give a big shout out to everyone who has contributed and helped wrangle all these videos of all these incredible speakers from around the country and around the world. This is a program funded by USDA NIFA OREI grant. 2 of them, one is developing multi-use naked barley for organic farming systems, and then value-added grains for local and regional food systems. Just to give you a little breakdown of who's in the room, this is who signed up for Grains Week. We had over 1,000 people register this morning, 1,300. So most of the folks are tuning in from the Northwest, followed by the Northeast, and you can see the other regions listed there. Mostly who we are talking to today are bakers, both professional and home, followed by academics as well as farmers, which we're always thrilled to see at least 15% farmers participate. It's really important to us to keep them centered in the conversation. Most folks said that they joined this event for education or professional development, or to learn specifically about grains, or to be inspired. And you can see that most farmers who joined were interested in growing grains as a rotational crop, followed by those farmers who are interested in cover cropping, and then growing hay for animal feed. And then some farmers are quite simply not interested in growing grain, which is good, but hopefully we can lure them into the conversation here. Before we get started, I just wanted to acknowledge the land that I'm on. I'm on the traditional homelands of the Makah and the Chimicum and Clallam peoples. This is a photo of a friend of mine, I hope I could say a friend of mine, Walter McQuillan, who is the Makah chief and the traditional tribal leader of their tribe, who currently lives where I am on the Olympic Peninsula, here in Washington State. So a big shout out to Walter and his family for continuing to be so generous with their traditional ways and for stewarding this land in perpetuity. And for those of you out there interested in understanding whose land you are on, there is a very simple tool that's been developed. It's imperfect, I'll have to say that at this point, but you can text your zip code to the number listed on the screen to find out whose traditional homelands you're on. And if you want to text that number and post it in the YouTube chat to let us know where you're tuning in from, we'd love to hear from you. So we'll give folks just a couple of seconds to do that. And really thrilled here today to be with all these different organizations coming to you live. We have, of course, just to thank our sponsors again, the Culinary Breeding Network, WSU Food Systems, Cascadia Grains, the Naked Barley Project and Barley World, Grow NYC Grains, the Artisan Grain Collaborative, Glenwood, and eOrganic, as well as UW-Madison. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing all of your information with us. I'm going to ask Julie to turn on her video now to take over for me as the facilitator of this next session, which is on the research updates of managing smut and bunt in organic grains. So with that, I will pass it over to you, Julie.
Great, thanks. And the panelists can also come on. We have a great group today to talk about managing seed-borne diseases in organic grains. I'm going to give a brief bio for each of them, and then we're going to watch the pre-recorded video and open it up for questions. So please feel free to type your questions in the YouTube chat at any point, and I will facilitate that after we've watched the video. So Brigid Meints is a senior research assistant professor with a barley breeding program at Oregon State University. She grew up in Corvallis, Oregon, and developed a love for plants at a young age. She earned a BA from Scripps College in anthropology and gender and women's studies, but found her way back to plants after graduation when she began working for the barley breeding program at OSU. She earned her MS from OSU in crop science with a focus in plant breeding and genetics, and completed her PhD in crop science at Washington State University. Her research focuses on breeding multi-use naked barley for organic systems. Heather Darby is an extension professor at the University of Vermont. Heather received her MS from the University of Wisconsin in agronomy, we like that, and her PhD in crops and soils at Oregon State University. She was raised on a dairy farm in northwestern Vermont. Her outreach programs have focused on delivering on-farm education in the areas of soil health, nutrient management, organic grain and forage production, and oilseed production. Her research has focused on traditional and niche crop variety trials, weed management strategies, and cropping systems development. Gary Bergstrom is a plant pathologist and professor at Cornell University. Gary works to improve the management of crop diseases affecting food, grain, and forage production systems in New York. He works closely with agronomists, plant breeders, and other plant scientists to improve disease management in many grain crops. He also conducts research on the biology and epidemiology of leaf, spike, and stem diseases of small grain cereals. He has particular expertise in mycotoxin contamination in barley, wheat, and corn, and in fusarium head blight of wheat and barley, as well as seed-borne diseases and seed health-based systems for managing small grain diseases. And I am Julie Dawson. I'm in the Department of Horticulture at UW-Madison, and I will be facilitating this session, obviously. So now we will watch the video, and then we will return afterwards for questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brigid Meints, and I'm an assistant professor, senior research at Oregon State University in the Crop and Soil Science Department, focusing on breeding naked barley for organic systems. And in today's presentation, I'm going to talk about externally smuts, organic management and breeding work that I've been doing. So just a little bit of context. I'm part of a large national project focused on breeding naked barley for organic systems. And one of the reasons that we're focusing on breeding for organic systems is that most crop varieties are bred for conventional systems. And there is quite a bit of research that shows that selections and breeding work done under organic conditions and for organic conditions often produce varieties that are better suited for organic production system. And this has been shown for numerous crops, including small grains. And so some of the targets that we have to focus on for organic breeding include disease resistance, weed competition, and input use efficiency. And today I'm going to focus on disease resistance and in particular resistant to seed-borne smuts. So there are two externally seed-borne smuts in barley that we have to worry about. So the first is called covered smut, incited by the pathogen Ustilago hortii. And in this case, the spores survive on the surface of grain or in the soil. That's why it's called externally seed-borne, because the spores are on the outside of the seed. And so you can see here what happens is that an infected seed, when it grows, rather than forming a normal barley head, will form what we would call a smut head. And in the case of covered smut, these plants are often stunted and the heads emerge later than normal heads in the field. So with all the barley smuts, we have spores that are encased in a papery grayish membrane. And in the case of covered smut, that membrane often stays intact in the field. Occasionally it will rupture and there will be some spore dispersal, but for the most part, it stays intact until harvest. And it's at harvest when we come through with the combine or then during seed cleaning that membrane ruptures and releases spores. And often we see what we call smut balls. And so these are essentially those little chunks of spores that stay intact, and then we can find them in clean grain. And depending how many they are and how broken they get by the harvest equipment, sometimes they can actually turn an entire seed lot and the bag that they harvested in gray, and you can sort of touch those spores and they'll come off on your fingertips. So this is a big problem. In addition to reducing yield, covered smut can reduce quality as well. So especially if there's a heavy infestation, and we do see, unlike in this picture where the green grain does look pretty clean amongst the smut balls, if it's very dirty or covered in the spores, it can reduce quality for multiple end uses. The covered smut infection is a bit environmentally dependent. So we do see a greater chance of infection when there's high soil moisture, and this can vary over a range of temperatures. So the second externally seed-borne smut that I want to talk about is false loose smut, which is incited by Ustilago nigra. And the disease cycle here is quite similar to covered smut. It's externally seed-borne and soil-borne. The spores live on the outside of the seed, and then once that seed is planted, a smut head will come up rather than a healthy head. However, the appearance of this disease is much more similar to loose smut. The heads tend to emerge earlier or about the same time as healthy heads. And that paper-like membrane that we see actually breaks and the spores are distributed on the wind. Unlike smut, where the infection occurs during flowering, with false loose smut, the infection occurs slightly after seed germination and ends up on the outside of the seed. So again, with covered smut, we can see yield reduction with both of these because we're getting smutted heads rather than healthy heads. That's equivalent to the percentage of smutty heads seen in the field. However, because we don't have that post-harvest spore dispersal like we do with covered smut, the quality of the grain tends not to be affected. So in terms of management for organic systems, unfortunately, our options are pretty limited. So the purchase of certified smut-free seed is going to be your best bet. However, not all seed companies check for this disease, and it's not always possible depending on which of the pathogens have infected the seed. And so talking to your seed dealer and ensuring that there was no smut in the seed production field is going to be really important. Hot water and steam treatments have been experimented with to kill smut spores. However, it's important to use this method carefully in order to avoid killing the germ and reducing germination and emergence. Additionally, these treatments can be quite challenging on large seed lots due to the logistics of treating with hot water or steam and then drying the grain. Really, the best method is to grow resistant varieties. However, one of the reasons that this disease is especially problematic in organic systems is that fungicide seed treatments are so effective in conventional systems that breeders have really stopped focusing on breeding for resistance to smuts. Additionally, resistance is race dependent, so there are different races of the pathogen, and depending on the area of the country you're in, you may have different races, and so a variety that's resistant to one race may not be resistant to all races. So one of the things that we're doing, which I'll talk about in a minute, is looking at which varieties that are currently out there are resistant, and then using those in our breed program in order to breed smut-resistant varieties of naked barley. And if you do find smutted heads in your field, not save that seed. So, so far the work that I've been doing on inoculating and looking for resistance has been focused on covered smut. And so for this process, I collect smut balls from harvested grain. So unfortunately, because of the susceptibility amongst most varieties, we do end up with a lot in our breeding program. And so I haven't had to look too hard for smut balls. Then I grind those up, mix it with water, and inoculate the seed. You can see I have some seed in a tea ball here. And then I grow out 5 seeds per variety and rate whether or not those plants come up with smut heads. And with these data, so this has been tested on what we call our naked barley diversity panel. So that's 384 naked barley lines, including varieties, breeding lines, and land races from all over the world. And in terms of what we know about genetic resistance for covered smut, there are several known resistance genes. However, after performing GWAS, which is a genomic-wide association studies, where we look at the associations between the genotyping information that we have with the observed phenotype, we do see a peak here on chromosome 3H that may be a novel source of resistance, or it could be one of the known resistance genes that simply hasn't been mapped to a specific location on the genome. And I just want to say, out of those 384 lines, we did see that 41% were susceptible. However, the other 59% resistant lines will be inoculated for a second time to confirm, simply due to the potential for escape. And I did see some lines in the greenhouse that did not form a smut head, but I do know to be susceptible in the field, so I'll be double checking that. But this really clear peak is quite exciting, and potential breeding work, we will be able to use marker-assisted selection to target that potential resistance gene. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gary Bergstrom, a plant pathologist at Cornell University, and I'm going to be sharing this platform with my colleague, Dr. Heather Darby at the University of Vermont, and talk a little bit about loose smut diseases on small grains. And I think we all realize that these diseases are a particular management challenge for organic producers of cereals. Some characteristics of this loose smut diseases is these are diseases in which the fungus replaces the normal seed tissues by fungal spores, these very dark colored teliospores. And in the loose smuts, as compared to some other smut and bunt fungi, these spores are covered by a very thin membrane that easily ruptures, releasing the spores into the winds. And very often what you see in a cereal field is just this empty head or rachis, the stem of the spike. The fungus is internally seed-borne, that is in the embryo of the seed. And infected seed look essentially no different from non-infected seed. Once that seed, infected seed is planted and germinates, the fungus is able to grow systemically, internally with the growing point of the plant until it invades the floral tissues and completes its life cycle. In the case of the loose smut diseases, yield reduction in a field of small grains is directly proportional to the number of infected plants, and that's proportional to the number of infected seeds. The loose smut fungi have narrow host ranges, that is, a particular species of loose smut fungus usually only infects one particular cereal or grass species. So here's the most common examples that we'll talk about today. These are two slides showing the loose smut disease on wheat caused by the fungus Eustalago tritici. And you can see the newly emerged heads on the right showing these masses of spores. And on the left, you see we're progressing toward an empty rachis as these spores are turned loose in the wind. Barley also has a loose smut disease caused by Eustalago nuda with very similar appearances. One complication in barley is there are two other smut diseases that are not internally seed-borne, and we'll hear about those a little later in the program. So let's just talk about the life cycle of the loose smut fungi, and we can start with the emerged heads with the smut spores. If conditions are favorable, that is moisture and moderate temperatures, those spores can in turn infect through the anthers and flower parts of uninfected plants in that field. And the spores germinate, they eventually invade the developing seed and make their way into the embryo. And this is how the smut fungi survive from season to season. And this is what provides the inoculum for the next growing season. So when these seeds germinate, that fungus that had been in the embryo grows out in its mycelial form, the thread-like bodies of the fungus, and it grows into the meristem, the growing point of the plant, grows with the plant, and it eventually it invades the developing floral tissues and replaces them with mycelium first, and then they form these spores that we see in the field. So, management of loose smut, it's really all about having clean seed that is pathogen-free, or at least very low content pathogen seed. There is in the literature evidence of smut-resistant cultivars of various cereals, but they really aren't available to us. Some cultural method tips here. First of all, if you're growing seed for a seed crop, you need to inspect at the right times in the field and rogue out any visibly infected smutted plants as early as possible. And if you're just growing a grain production field, be sure not to save your seed from fields, even ones that show, let's say 1 or 2% smutted heads. It's best to purchase new seed. Seed treatment has been looked at for a long time. Now, the big difference in conventional small grain systems is that they can use systemic fungicides that are highly effective against loose smut, not available to organic producers. Various folks over time have had results with hot water or heat treatment in organic systems. This is a very finesse operation. You have to be very careful that you don't negatively affect germination while you're killing off the fungus. And at this point, we are unaware of any OMRI-approved materials for organic production that have demonstrated efficacy as seed treatments against loose smut. So really, much of the game for organic production is making sure that you have smut-free seed. And the best way to do this is to take a representative subsample of your seed lot and to grow it out. And this can be in the field or in a greenhouse environment. And essentially, an infected seed gives rise to an infected plant, and your percentage of infected plants that is symptomatic smutted heads is proportional to the percentage of your seed that are infected. Now, another excellent method is to stain and microscopically observe seed in the embryos. This is extremely labor intensive and expensive, and there are relatively few labs in North America that provide this service. So with a look toward the future, we've had a collaborative project with the University of Vermont and Cornell, where we are refining some molecular detection methods, particularly quantitative polymerase chain reaction, where we have very specific primers that just cause the polymerization, the replication of a segment of DNA just from species of Eustalago fungus. So they're highly specific and they're very sensitive. With the quantitative PCR, we can easily detect quite a bit less than one infected seed in a seed lot in a sample of 100. So that looks very promising, and our preliminary results show a pretty good correlation with detecting the Eustalago in the seed, correlating with grow out tests. So this is promising for the future. And when we get those methods worked out, they will be made available to anybody who would like to employ them. So with that, it's my pleasure to turn the platform over to my colleague, Dr. Heather Darby at the University of Vermont.
Great,
Heather.
thanks, Gary. All right, I'm going to, share my screen. Okay. There we go. All right. Well, I'm going to add just a little bit more to what Gary was talking about in regards to loose smut, which definitely has been I would say a relatively minor, but definitely an issue that we're increasingly seeing in our organic production fields, and farmers also receiving seed or purchasing seed and then planting that and seeing loose smut and being concerned. So I just want to talk a little bit about some of the management that we're looking at to control loose smut. Currently, Gary mentioned the PCR test that we're looking at to help farmers understand if they have issues. But then what else are we doing to try to manage this in the field? So there has been a little bit of work, not much, done on using aerated steam treatment to control cereal grain diseases, and a little bit of work done on loose smut in particular. And this is a practice that we are continuing to investigate to try to build research-based information to see if this is indeed an option that could be used at scale. So steam treatment is different than a hot water bath. It occurs in two phases. There's the heating phase, which is where the seeds are heated for a certain period of time with air that has a certain temperature and relative humidity that's calculated to get good disinfestation. So you can imagine there's many considerations here based on the seed and the disease. After the heating phase, there's then the cooling phase that interrupts the treatment process before the seeds are injured. And then in some cases, there's also a drying phase depending on the type of equipment that's being used. There is some commercial equipment that is being offered on scale again to treat grain seed. And the only place I've actually seen that equipment is in Europe. So, like I said, we have a lot of work to do here. There is commercial equipment and some information, but as that pertains to loose smut, we need more research. But you can imagine there are many considerations that have to be made here. And I mentioned a couple of those in my last slide as far as how long do we heat the seed with this heated air and humidity or moisture, how long, at what temperature, because obviously we don't want to impact germination and the viability of the seed. But in addition to that, how does that affect seed aging? So if we treat the seed, what does it have? What kind of impact does it have over the sort of lifespan that we would want to keep that seed? And then I think most importantly, what we do know from some research that's out there is that there is a really vast difference in not just the type of cereal grain, but the individual seed lots. And you can see from this data here from Gustav Forsberg that spent a dissertation amount of time looking at steam treatment. You can see here that oats, wheat, and barley, there's a lot of variation in the heat tolerance of those crops, but then there's a lot of variation in the heat tolerance between seed lots. So you can see that this is really a complex approach, and each seed lot would likely have to have its own set of standards developed. So again, lots of work to still do here. And I think the next question is, well, is it worth doing? So again, these are results that were put together by Dr. Forsberg back in 2004, looking at the literature that was available at that time, focused on steam treatment. And you can see here, looked at literature on various cereal grains and various diseases of cereal grains. And you can see that steam treatment worked really well for a number of diseases that we see in grains here in the US as well, but did not seem to work so well with loose smut. So you can see for wheat and barley, it said there were insufficient results. And I'm not entirely sure if that means they needed more results, they didn't look at loose smut, or if it just didn't work all that well. And we're continuing to evaluate steam treatment in these two grains. But what you can see is that steam treatment seemed to be very effective on loose smut and oats. You can again see snow molds, common bunt, another disease that's being covered, had good results from steam treatment. So I think it's a valuable practice that we need to investigate more, and we are. So at UVM, we've done a little work on steam treatment in wheat and barley. I would say right now the results are inconclusive. We've seen varying results with loose smut and some of the other diseases. But what we have found, at least with the treatment that we're using, we haven't seen any difference in population. So we know that steaming the grain isn't or doesn't seem to be impacting the germination of the grains, at least at the temperatures that we're using. You can see here in 2018, we did see a reduction in loose smut from steam treatment, but in other years we have not. So again, it's pretty variable. In barley, we really haven't seen any reduction of loose smut, which might make sense. You know, barley has hulls on it, might be harder to get at with the steam. We may need to further adjust timing and temperature to impact the disease. So we have a lot of work to do here. Interesting, in this case, we did see a difference in population that was actually favored by steam treating, which means that maybe steam treatment was actually, you know, impacting other diseases on the seed of the barley, causing us to actually get better populations when we steam treated. But again, we need more research. Oh, let's see if I can. So one last piece before I wrap up, some of the work that we are currently starting this year is looking at flowering type, especially in barley. As Gary already mentioned, there is varietal resistance controlled or conferred through a single gene, but it's not a common breeding priority in programs here in North America. So it's doubtful you would come across a resistant variety. But what we do know is that the flowering type of grains likely influences infection of a particular variety. So as Gary mentioned, the mycelium or the spores land on the head of the barley or wheat plant, and it sort of tricks the plant into thinking that I'm being fertilized. There we go. And so then the mycelium creates sort of like a pollen tube and infects the plant. So there is some evidence from, you know, the 1930s and 1940s around pseudo resistance, which is basically focused on the flowering type of the plant. So if it has opened or closed flowering type, and this is something we are going to be evaluating this year in our UVM trials. And then the other component, which we also haven't focused on very much and hope to in the future, is the overall health of the system and the growing conditions. And if you look into the older literature, it talks a lot about having, you know, fertile soils and very healthy plants so that they become pollinated very quickly, which allows the plants to resist fertilization, I guess, quote unquote, or infection from the loose smut because they've already been pollinated. So as you can see, there are some options, not necessarily easy ones, but items that we are looking into to help us combat loose smut, especially in our organic systems. And with that, I am going to stop sharing, and Gary and I will be joining you for a discussion around loose smut during the live session. And I think that's it. All right.
Well done.
Okay. Thanks, Gary. I'm going to stop recording here.
Great. Thanks for those great videos, and for all of you for being here live to answer questions. Please do put your questions in the chat, everybody watching. We've got one compliment on your photos, that people like the photos, the close-ups, and then one question about whether you've looked at using mustard powder or vinegar for controlling the diseases.
I'm
Brigid is shaking her head no. We did a study, Ann Hazelrigg and I here at UVM. Gary, right? That was 3 years ago, where we looked at mustard powder. We looked at powdered milk, maybe. We looked at it in a whole host of commercially available seed treatments, and we did see a difference in germination, but ultimately it didn't impact loose smut, which is what we were looking at. So
yeah, so I'm aware of a seed treatment in Europe, Pillicure, which is made up of mustard powder, I believe, that's approved for treating bunt and covered smut, but it is not approved in the US, and I've never worked with it, so I don't know how effective it is. I didn't mention this in my presentation, but I've seen some papers about using, like, for covered smut, since the spores are external, a very high intensive, like, wind system to blow the spores off. But again, these are, you know, pretty complex treatment systems that you know, may not be practical for most farmers. And I personally haven't ever tried that, but I thought that was interesting to find in the literature. So yeah, but seed polishing, which was the other part of that question. I'm not quite sure if that's like referring to like curling.
Probably brushing, I would guess.
go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, that wouldn't be effective for loose smut, but again, for the covered smut, that would probably be similar to this high intensity air, but I haven't heard of anything like that.
Yeah, I know when I was working in France, we used Pillicure for bunt, but not for loose smut, although that was not as much of a problem as bunt. And then I have not used polishing at all. I don't know, Heather, if that was one of your treatments.
Yeah, we haven't used polishing or just like seed cleaning in a way, you know, however you want to kind of look at it. Read some articles about polishing, and it does seem effective for some pathogens that are, you know, on the surface of the seed, obviously. But I think something that probably needs more investigation and gets brought up in these papers is that in organic systems, you know, we generally are in soils that have maybe potentially a more complex biology. And so the fear of sort of using these cleaning treatments or even these other biologicals is that potentially you're removing some beneficial microbes that might also be on the seed, making the plant more susceptible to something else. And I haven't seen any research on that necessarily, but in several of the papers that I read, that was alluded to as a concern. And again, not sure, if that is true or not, but something probably that needs to be investigated.
There's a specific question in the chat about methods, about how big a sample you need to do a growing out test. Maybe referring to Brigid, your inoculation test, or if anyone else wants to take a stab at that too. If somebody wanted to do a test as a grow out, how many plants should they observe?
If you're just trying to establish, what percentage of the seed lot, in the case of loose smuts that have infected embryos, it's less important the number you grow out, and it's more important how representative that sample is of the whole. So I think even 100 seeds in a grow out test wouldn't be horrible. The more the better, obviously, but I think the more critical thing is that it's really representative of the whole seed lot. So it really has to be a lot of careful blending, subsample, with blending at each step to make sure that those 100 or couple hundred seed you end up with to grow out actually look like the whole lot.
Great. And if you were doing an inoculation test like Brigid's, how many? You use a lot fewer, right? Because you inoculated them, so you knew they were exposed.
Yeah, so the papers that I found that I was basing my protocol on used 5 seeds per genotype. And given that I was growing out 384 genotypes, I couldn't really do much more than that. But it was interesting. Even my inoculation technique sometimes would produce, even though all 5 seeds were inoculated, sometimes I would only get 1 plant out of the 5 to have a smut head. And sometimes I would have all 5 plants, and sometimes I would have 0, but I knew they were susceptible. So that could say something about my inoculation technique. Or, at least for covered smut, there are several resistance genes, and it's possible that they only confer partial resistance. Or, sometimes even in covered smut, we see a single head on a healthy plant that has smut. And I'm not a pathologist for sure. So I don't entirely understand how that works. So maybe Gary, if you have some insight into that.
No great revelations there, Brigid, but the other thing to point out is that like in the Northeast, we have seen different Eustalago species, even in the same variety stand of plants. So it is possible to have combined infections here, which makes things pretty tricky sometimes. And it's not, the differences between those 3 diseases are not, especially early on, are not that easy to separate. And we'll get a sample and we'll look at the teleospores under the microscope, and they are really fundamentally not that different in size and pattern. So it's a challenge.
So it sounds like if you're testing a seed lot to see if you have an infection, the most important thing is for a representative sample of the plants. And if you're screening for a breeding program where you're inoculating it to make sure that it gets exposed, the inoculation process is probably the most important to make sure they all get a good dose of it. There aren't any more questions in the chat, but I have one we've got another 10 minutes or so. I have one maybe as a follow-up to some of the suggestions that people had about planting clean seed and resistant varieties, and how there hasn't been as much breeding for resistance because of chemical treatments in conventional agriculture. And I was wondering if there is, as organic agriculture grows and the seed demand grows, or potentially as conventional agriculture might see some breakthrough infections or resistance to the chemical treatments that they've been using for so long, do you see people starting to develop breeding programs like yours, Brigid, for resistance? And do you think that for the size of the problem that is a good solution?
You know, well, it's interesting. So from my research, the only breeding for resistance that I've really come across recently has been in Canada. And I obtained a few of those, the resistant naked barleys, to include in my program, and I included them in the inoculation study, and they ended up being susceptible. So that's what I was trying to sort of point out with the race types of the pathogen is, you know, in the Canadian prairies, it turns out we have different races here, and, you know, we are all passing this seed around in our breeding program. So we're also passing different races around. But you know, it's interesting in that screening, I haven't yet really made a good visual of which lines were resistant and which were susceptible, but just sort of anecdotally, I noticed that a lot of the germplasm that I got from GRIN, which includes land races from around the world, were the resistant lines. And so, you know, that makes sense to me in the sense that these were grown out likely, maybe not even intentionally, under organic conditions, but without seed treatments, and likely selected against the pathogen by the farmers who are growing them. And so I think incorporating those into my crosses may bring in some resistance, but whether or not it's worth, you know, starting an entire breeding program when we have other diseases that are certainly more devastating in terms of yield, that's sort of a debatable question. We sent out a survey as part of our grant a couple of years ago to organic barley producers around the country. And we did ask them, you know, are there diseases that are particularly problematic for you? And they didn't. I think loose smut was considered a problem, but covered smut was not. But then I've received, you know, small bulk lots of grain from growers and found lots of smut balls in them. And so I'm not sure, especially given that covered smut tends to be shorter and is less obvious when you're scouting a field, if the growers simply aren't aware that it's there. But as I mentioned, covered smut can lead to some pretty major quality issues. You know, in cases where it's very bad in our plots, like the harvest bags will be gray and the seeds themselves will be gray. The inoculum is so high. And so, you know, we can't sell that into a food market and into malting and brewing. Like maybe the spores and the smut balls will clean off during the malting process. But if I were a maltster, I would not look at that grain particularly favorably. So I think just, you know, I used to think loose smut was a big problem. And now that I've spent a few years dealing with covered smut, in my opinion, that one is more concerning. But you know, I'm going to just incorporate that along with resistance to other pathogens into my organic breeding program. And it's something that I've identified as being particularly problematic for my plots. Whether or not it's problematic for the farmers is still something that I think they're learning about and I'm learning about. So.
Great, thanks, yeah. Gary or Heather, any other comments on that, maybe with wheat or other things that you've seen?
One thing I might just raise more as a question. I have heard from some colleagues in the upper Midwest that there's been a little bit of a resurgence of dwarf bunt, which is close on wheat, which is closely related to common bunt, stinking smut. And that has the property of also greatly stunting plants. And it's just something to be aware of. I have not seen that in the Northeast at this point, but I don't know, Julie, if you're hearing anything in Wisconsin, but I know that some folks in Michigan and a few other places have been talking about some reoccurrence of that. And this is actually in conventional wheat production that I'm hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I was asking about the potential failure of chemical treatments is that you do see it in conventional systems, and in Europe, certainly we saw some in conventional systems, and it's just interesting that the same chemical treatments have been used for many years, pretty much all the time in conventional agriculture, and so I wonder if there's some resistance occurring. There is one more quick question in the chat, and then I think we should wrap up. There's a question about whether there's been any research on soil imbalances or soil quality effects on the incidence of smut and bunt, and whether that makes any difference.
I'm not aware of it. I mean, there certainly the microbiome could have some important effects here, but I'm not aware of any intensely done research in that area. I'll yield to my colleagues here.
I think mostly what I have read about, but I haven't seen research, is having healthy plants with proper fertility, water, growing conditions so that they pollinate as quickly as possible, so that, you know, a sneaky fungus spore doesn't land there and trick the plant into thinking that it's being pollinated. And I feel like I keep reading this as kind of management options and old documents. But, you know, it's basically saying if you have really, you know, healthy environment, those plants are going to be more quickly pollinated, and, you know, ultimately maybe less susceptible to fungal spores floating around in the air. But I haven't seen much about managing in that way, I guess.
Great. Thanks. Thanks everyone for joining us. Thanks to the panelists for a great discussion and good videos. And I'll turn it back over to Abba. Please come back and join us for the next session, which starts at the top of the hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to our session on weed management, continuing our sessions here in Grains Week. My name is Mark Sorrells. I'm a professor of plant breeding and genetics at Cornell University. I develop new varieties of small grains for the northeastern US. I would like to introduce our speaker today, Eric Gallandt. Eric Gallandt is professor of weed ecology and management at the University of Maine. And over the past 25 years, Dr. Gallandt's research has focused on ecological and physical weed management in organic farming systems. His guiding philosophy is that multiple stresses or many little hammers can offer improving and durable weed management outcomes. His current work aims to combine proven weed seed bank management strategies with advanced physical weed control tools to establish a virtuous cycle of improving weed control. Eric will present information on his team's recent research, and that includes work with tine harrowing, both pre and post-emergence, and under optimal conditions, tine harrows work extremely well, but under average conditions, average weed control efficacy is low. Variability is high, and often crop yield is not improved by harrowing. Interrow hoeing is a more aggressive physical weed control practice commonly used in row crops. Organic grain farmers in Northern Europe have adopted this strategy to improve control of challenging perennial weeds, including Canada thistle, crackgrass, and cocksfoot. So with that, Eric, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Great. Thanks, Mark. And I just want to acknowledge too, Alice from Formiga from eOrganic is going to be monitoring the chat. So feel free to post your questions there as well. So we'll turn off our screens and our audios, and we'll watch the video and come back for Q&A after that.
All right, when we talk about physical weed control in grains, generally the first thing somebody thinks about is tine harrowing. Here's an older Lely tine harrow, and tine harrows are in some places really the only option in town. There's been some great advancements in tine harrowing technology. Here's a really impressive harrow from the Truffler company. You can see the cable system with springs here that maintain constant tension on every tine. A new unit launched last year from Hatzenbilchler, Austrian company, has pneumatic cylinders. Again, attempting this sort of same aim of maintaining constant pressure on each of the tines. Basically, the aim of these is to go through and blind cultivate, aiming to uproot or bury small weed seedlings that are not so well rooted and anchored in the soil, while the crop, your cereal crop, has a head start. It was planted deeper, larger seed, more robust, better root growth, and is better anchored. And so that's the aim. And if you go out into a field and you count how many weeds you have, and then run through with your harrow, and then count how many weeds survived, you can calculate the efficacy. What percentage of weeds did you control? We did a an analysis of 55 different published experiments on a range of different cultivating tools and compiled their efficacy. And you can see overall the average for all of these different kinds of tools, some you would never use in cereals, but the average is this gray line, 66%. So you've got 34% survival. And if you look here at the tine harrow, you can see a couple of different things. One is that there's a lot of dots in here, so it's a pretty popular tool, so a lot of experiments. This box and whisker plot shows you the median value right in here. So you can see that the median, half of them are giving you values somewhere above 58% or so, half below that. You can also see this tremendous range. Sometimes you can see this cluster of points up in here where you've got results where you're getting close to 90%, maybe above 90%. But you are as likely to see something down in here at this 20 to 30% range. Okay, so what would cause some of this variability? Well, one source is weed size. And so timing ends up being really critical. You've got to have the crop well enough anchored, otherwise you're not going to maintain your selectivity. You're going to cause too much crop damage. But you want to target weeds when they're very small. So this is what we would call the white thread stage of common lamb's quarters or red root pigweed. You can see all of these are in these 4 seedlings are in the cotyledon stage, but whereas these are very small and have few roots, you can see in comparison this wild mustard and this hemp nettle plant, even at the cotyledon stage, already have pretty extensive roots, and they're gonna be better anchored in the soil. And when the harrow comes through, you're gonna kill fewer of them. So efficacy, to improve efficacy, you want to target weeds when they are the smallest. The other consideration is selectivity, though. You could easily go get 100% weed control out there by plowing your field with a moldboard plow, but your selectivity is going to be pretty lousy. You're going to kill all your cereal too. So it's this balance. You're trying to be aggressive enough to get high levels of weed control, but not too aggressive that you rip out too much of your crop. Okay, so that's selectivity. And these tines are really pretty indiscriminate, and it's a pretty low-tech tool when you think about it, even if you had sophisticated ways to maintain down pressure. We use this 10% rule, like, oh, if you're going to tine harrow, you need to increase your seeding rate by 10% because you're going to take out 10% of your crop. Well, yeah, honestly, that has not necessarily always panned out for us. But keep in mind that this soil covering, if you're that wheat plant right there, you're probably not so happy. You're probably going to survive. You'll grow out of it, but you're probably not psyched to be buried in soil like that. So the soil coverage is something that has to be managed. Jesper Rasmussen did some really nice work in Denmark showing that you could use this soil coverage of the crop as a proxy for your intensity. So you could figure out, oh, okay, once I get to a certain amount of soil coverage, that's as aggressive as I can be with my tine harrow. I want to show you an interesting series of experiments from Brandstater in 2012. This was done in Norway, and they did 8 different experiments, 6 in spring barley and 2 in oat. They used a couple of different harrows. They did pre and post emergence harrowing. And the point I want to make is that here you've got one research team, you got a few different other variables, but in 8 experiments, here's the grain yield in this column. In this column, this is the yield increase as a result of their pre-emergence harrowing. So in this case, experiment 1, they got a 10% yield increase in their grain yield compared to not pre-emergence harrowing. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And this asterisk here means that it's a statistically significant increase. Post-emergence harrowing, they got a 17.3% increase. And it's a highly significant value. And then the combined effect of pre and post was 25.8%. And if you just stopped with experiment 1, you'd be like, whoa, this is awesome. I'm totally harrowing. But look at experiment 2, and then 3, and 5, 6, 7, 8. You'll see no little sparks on down in here. Overall, out of their 8, they had 2 sites, 2 experiments, and it happened to be sites where it was a crustier, harder soil where the harrowing really worked well. But no yield benefit from pre or post or combined effects of harrowing in these other experiments. So keep in mind that just because you're running through with a tine harrow and just because you're killing some weeds, the benefit of the weed control may not overcome the damage that's being caused to the crop. I want to show another really cool experiment, this one by Roland Gerhardt. This is probably my favorite paper of the last year or two related to physical weed control. And they basically took this idea that Jesper Rasmussen in Denmark came up with in terms of crop soil burial, and did some experiments to confirm that indeed about 10% burial of the crop was ideal for controlling weeds and causing minimal crop injury. And so they fabricated a tine harrow that had a camera on the front, and the camera would look down at the crop and then take images of the crop and decide how much green do I see. And then there was another camera at the rear, and it would do the same thing, and it would do that in real time. And basically by comparing those images in the front and the rear, they could determine what was the degree of soil coverage to the crop. And then they could that was then run through a computer that would automatically adjust the angle of their tines so that it would keep it at exactly 10% soil coverage. Pretty cool. Constant adjustment to maintain optimal soil coverage. And again, this idea of optimal soil coverage, this is again derived from Jesper, but what you have here is, my little box is in the way perhaps, but this is crop soil coverage. And if you have 0 crop soil coverage, then that means that you're probably not aggressive enough to get any weed control. And then as you increase the intensity of tine harrowing, you're going to start getting better and better weed control. And then at some point, if you just are so aggressive that you're getting, well, let's go up to this edge of their box, 23, 25% or greater crop soil coverage, you're going to get high crop damage, even though you're going to get high weed control. So they suggested that this 10% range was optimal. So this ratio of weed control to crop soil coverage. Very clever. And I think we'll see more of this kind of technology coming really quickly as people think about how to further optimize use of tine harrows. But just so that in full disclosure, their yields, there was no effect on yield. Okay, despite this optimum, well, actually not just the optimum, but they did untreated, light harrowing, medium strong, and very strong. And if you compare these crop yields, the common letters mean that they're not statistically different from one another. So spring wheat experiment 1, no difference in yield. Spring wheat experiment 2, no difference in yield, and so on. So I guess, the point of this is, just because you have a tine harrow and it's the only show in town, and people say, drive like hell and don't look back. Keep in mind that it's this constant balance between the level of weed control, the intensity of harrowing to get high level of weed control, causing some crop damage, and then at the end of the year, you're seeing sort of the trade-off of these two. I just sort of finished this section just with a comment about a friend, Ilse Rasmussen, so no relation to Jesper Rasmussen, other than the Danish, and lots of Rasmussens in Denmark. But Ilse, this paper I dug back out, and I just wanted to share with you a couple of quotes. And she did some really nice work looking at sowing date, stale seed beds, row width, and so on. And I guess one of the take-home points was that it was context dependent. So it depended, in her sites where she had low weed pressure, the relative to a control treatment, the harrowing, and in her case hoeing, I'll talk about hoeing next, actually caused the yield decrease. So the negative effect on the crop did not outweigh the benefit of the improved weed control. If it was intermediate weed pressure, so moderate conditions, there was no effect, no harm, but no advantage. And then when it was in very high weed pressure, that was when there was a consistent benefit of yield increases with the hoeing and harrowing. All right, that's Ilse. So what is this hoeing? Well, one of the weeds that we've faced working in Maine, and it's actually, as I recall, the #1 weed in grains in all of Australia. It's a common problem weed in Northern Europe, is this brassica species, wild radish, raffinistrum. And it's a large seed, it has high seed dormancy, a long seed bank life, and it is incredibly competitive. And because it's a large seed and it comes up really quickly with the crop, tine harrows tend to be not very effective. And so one of the things that I learned about working with Ilse was that Danish organic farmers were using sweeps in their cereals, not because so much of the wild radish, but because of perennial weeds, quackgrass, coltsfoot, and Canada thistle. But this seemed like it could be a more aggressive potential solution for dealing with this problem, brassica, that we have. So in contrast to harrows that are blind, the hoes are only targeting this inter-row zone, getting a little bit of hilling maybe in the crop row, but it's very aggressive, and it can be done, as you can see here, when the crop is actually pretty advanced. So you can get multiple hoeings in. And when Lauren Kolb looked at mustard density in organic spring wheat, she compared a standard drilled system with tine harrowing, that's what the plus is, to a standard 6.5-inch drill system at a higher crop density with tine harrowing. And you can see the higher crop density helped make the crop more competitive and reduced our mustard density. Narrow rows about the same, so crop competition about the same, with just elevated seeding rate with standard rows relative to more narrow rows. But further benefit from this wide row system with hoeing. So we did some work with this, and it was pretty promising. In particular, if you had to buy organic seed in order to make elevated seeding rates. The cost of organic seed was pretty high, and actually the economic performance of the hoeing system, even with the cost of hoeing, would beat out that elevated seeding rate system. So it was encouraging, but it always bothered me that we still had this area right next to the crop row that we weren't targeting very well. I mean, the only option there was, again, the tine harrow. Well, in 2016, we took a group of farmers to Sweden and learned about a really innovative air drill and hoeing system called the System Chameleon, developed by some organic farmers there who were, again, facing really difficult problems with perennial weeds. And so essentially this drill would plant the crop, and then they would simply, there's a camera on here, and it would get indexed over, and a different set of sweeps could be put on there, and the same tool could be used to hoe the crop, the inter-row hoeing. And what they were working on at this time that I thought was so clever was, instead of seeding the cereal in a single line, they were working on band sowing. So the green circles here are our cereal crops. And so you basically spread out the cereal plants so that they have more space. They're less likely to compete with each other. And then run through with sweeps to cultivate this interband. And so the theoretical basis that we were so excited about was that you get better competition in the band, and you get better physical weed control between the bands. And so, working with Tom Malloy and Joe Cannon and Ellen Mallory at the Rogers Farm, we got some sweeps from a company up in Saskatchewan and modified our drill. And so we have a 5-inch sweep that our air seeder would put a band out in, and here's our banded cereal crop. And then Margaret McCullough came through and did some similar research that Lauren had started, but in this case, going through and planting 5-inch bands and then using a 5-inch sweep to cultivate the 6-inch interband space. So essentially leaving a 1/2 inch at each edge, sometimes just throwing soil in there. And Margaret did a really nice set of work here. She studied this band sowing with interband hoeing in spring wheat and oats, field pea, and flax. And the arrows here show a reduction in the weed biomass, surrogate weeds in this case. We basically overseeded the experiment to have a high density of weeds. It was basically improved relative to our standard system. So band plus was essentially this band hoeing with tine harrowing. So, and then we wanted to follow that up to see, well, what were the individuals of this hoeing relative to the harrowing? And so Tom and I did another series of experiments in 2018 and 19, where we compared standard sowing, in this case 6.5-inch rows, and we harrowed it. We hoed it, because now 2018, so it's 6 years later, we now have a camera guided system that allows us to use a sweep in between 6.5-inch rows. It's that precise now. And you can see that we're getting a slight increase in efficacy. This efficacy in this case is the proportion of weeds killed. And a further increase by stacking or combining the tine harrow plus the hoe. And comparing then band sowing, we see the same progression, harrowing alone, hoeing alone, and then an increase by stacking this sort of the interband hoeing with the harrowing. So this was pretty encouraging. The level of weed control is up here in the 60% range, which is pretty encouraging. And I should have probably just, in short, from this 2018 data set, there didn't seem to be such a remarkable advantage of the band system over just a standard system, especially given that people would be able to use the standard with their existing grain drill. Increase here. 2019, we same general trend in that the band sewing and standard are pretty similar overall. An improvement by going from harrowing to hoeing to harrowing plus hoeing, but overall pretty poor weed control in this in this drier and more challenging growing season. So yeah, I guess I'll wrap that up there. So I focused on physical weed control. I want to make sure that you understand the limitations of tie and harrowing. And if you are going to use tie and harrowing, make sure that you're focusing on really small weeds and consider hoeing, inter-row hoeing or inter-band hoeing, and the combination of hoeing and harrowing for even more severe weed problems. The hoe, it's hard to beat the hoe in terms of its ability to control much larger weeds, giving you a larger window of opportunity, less sensitive to weather and so on. I also want to acknowledge and point out the importance of competition. If you don't have good agronomy, if you don't have a competitive crop, all the hoeing and harrowing is just not going to solve your problems for you. So use higher seeding rates than conventional. Make sure that you're seeding based on seed masses so that you're aiming for a particular target population. You're not just seeding based on bushels or pounds. Use as high seed quality as possible, and think about narrowing up rows to improve crop competition. All right. By way of wrapping up, I want to give a shout out to a new initiative. We just are getting started, and I don't think we have any grain growers in here yet, only a single topic, but our new physical weed control forum. You can go to forum.physicalweedcontrol.org and request a login there. This is an invitation farmer-based group for sharing information on physical weed control. All right, well, that wraps it up. I want to acknowledge the support to Ellen Mallory and myself from the USDA NIFA ORI project that supported most of this work. Direct you to our really cool YouTube site, Zero Seed Rain, and to my somewhat in need of updating website. All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, well, when Eric gets back to his video, we'll start the Q&A. Alice will be monitoring the chat for questions from the audience. And so are you ready for questions, Eric?
Sure.
Okay, we do have some questions coming in from the chat here. One of them is, have there been studies of weed control efficacy correlated to soil moisture and or soil type related to small grains?
There has not been a lot of that work. We have done some of that work, and the very first time we measured it, there was a beautiful negative relationship between increasing soil moisture and decreasing efficacy. So 1% increase in soil moisture resulted in an 8% decrease in efficacy. And then we repeated twice more, and it was just a cloud of points with no relationship at all. It makes sense that having more soil moisture is going to make soil move less well or make weeds reroot more likely or survive and reroot, but it seems inconsistent, or there's something else going on there. In terms of soil type, Yeah, there's not been a lot of that work done either. We've tried it in some of our highly variable fields on our farm and have not, and basically tried correlating hundreds of efficacy values, not with tine harrows, but with sweeps, correlating it with percent sand, silt, and clay to try to get a textural signal. And again, that was not a strong signal either.
Okay, yeah, there's a follow-up comment here that says that his experience agrees, and he always plants very late, and in their erratic dry climate, they have terrible weed control. So thanks for your answer there. And then we have another question coming in. Okay, here's probably a farmer who has found that fall planted cereals enhance competition and hoeing alone suffices on their farm.
Yeah, with winter grains, weeds. If you just practice good agronomy, generally you don't have weed problems in winter grains. We're typically working in spring grains where we have a lot of weed problems. So again, in Europe, they are still hoeing winter cereals primarily to try to set back those perennial weeds. So like if you were trying to manage perennial weeds in a fallow system, you would be advised in an organic system to do some sort of shallow tillage on a 21-day interval most often. And so they're able to try to hoe their cereal a few times to try to, to knock the perennial weed back, to sprout and use some below ground food reserves and then knock it back again. So they're still doing it in winter cereals in Europe.
Okay, if you have any other questions, please feel free to type them into the chat. I just had one question after listening to the presentation, and that was, what was the difference in the yield between the band sowing and the standard sowing? You mentioned the differences in efficacy, but weed control, but I was curious.
Yeah, that's, I should have brought that out. The yields are actually comparable in both of those years. There was not an effect of band sowing, as I recall.
Thanks. Actually, Alice, you read my mind. That was exactly the same question I was going to ask. In the band seeding versus versus the row seeding, is the net seeding rate the same?
Yes, we were aiming for the same target plant populations on a per meter acre basis. So
okay.
Essentially what you're,
I'm sorry.
what you're trying to do, when you look at the way we seed in rows, you're putting a lot of seed at a high seeding rate. There's a high density of plants in that row. And so those seedlings are coming up and they're facing very intense intra-specific competition. So competition with their own species. And so spreading it out helps to decrease that a little bit, and then it increases the opportunity for competition against weeds. Yeah. So theoretically, it should work better. And I don't know why it doesn't work quite as well as the theory would say, but.
Okay, we don't have any other questions coming in. So Mark, if you want to add anything based on your experience.
Yeah, we have a pine weeder, the one from Germany. Can't think of the name of it right now, but it was one of the brands that you mentioned. We use that in our organic trials, and we've gotten really good results with that tine weeder. And of course, like you mentioned before, one of the most difficult aspects of tine weeding is just dealing with the weather and finding that optimum time when there's a break in the weather so that you can take out the weeds but leave the crop is very challenging in our climate here in the Northeast. At least that's been our experience.
Yeah, I mean, when it works, it's magic, you know. And there's a reason everybody goes and buys a tine harrow, because if it's lamb's quarters and pigweed and they're very tiny and it's dry, hot, sunny day, it'll work as well as broadleaf herbicide. But that usually doesn't happen, or it often doesn't happen for us.
Another strategy that I've seen farmers use is rotating between conventional and organic. And I know there's a 36 month waiting period before you can get your land certified organic. But in the conventional farming, they're able to use herbicides to take out the perennial weeds. And they've found that it actually pays by rotating between organic and conventional farming, and at least in some farming situations.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised by that. So, I mean, you know, that is a pretty effective way to reduce your germinable seed bank. And so if you have a low seed bank, cereals are inherently the most competitive of any of our crops. So, you know, you can deal with the weeds if the weed pressure is low, just with crop competition.
Yeah. So those are the two comments I would have. Are there any more questions, Alice?
There aren't right now, but I had another question as well. And that is, you mentioned that a lot of these experiments have been done in Europe, and a lot of these tine weeders that regulate the tension of the tines are produced in Europe. And are these machines readily available in the United States as well?
It depends what you mean by readily. You know, so if you mean, can I drive down to my local equipment dealer and pick one up? Probably not. Many of these companies are smaller, and they'll sell to farmers in the US or Canada, but they're not setting up distributorships and dealers and stuff like that. In terms of getting the equipment, it's really pretty easy. You know, you just call up somebody at the company, they do it all the time, and they figure out when they have a shipping container coming over and how to deal with the, whatever they're called, the import, anyway, the customs and import people. And then, yeah, it just shows up on a pallet in your dooryard, just like anything else. So I don't think if anybody's interested, you shouldn't be hesitant to just give one of these manufacturers a call. And
Okay, yeah, I was just kind of wondering about how one might go about getting these, how easy it would be. And I guess I had another question on one of the other presenters yesterday mentioned grain varieties and how some are more weed suppressive than others. And I was just wondering if you could discuss that a little bit as well.
yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of that kind of screening work done over the last 25 years, probably. I mean, it tends to ebb and flow in terms of popularity or enthusiasm around that. But you know, like anything else, if you have early vigor, taller things that are leafier, they tend to be more competitive. So, you know, if Mark were to screen his cultivars, you're going to find a ranking of both competitive responses. So in terms of what is the response of the cultivars in terms of their yields. And then what I would argue is more important is to measure actually from the weeds perspective, what is the effect on weed biomass and seed rain? You know, because your yield, you can, you know, a yield is a 1 year sort of measure of cost or benefit, whereas, you know, abundant seed rain can cause a greater problem. So, but people have done a lot of that kind of work. You know, it tends to still not be something that you find on a list of kind of breeders' attributes, though. You know, if you look at what farmers look for, they look for, I think, you know, basically solutions to other problems they can't solve. So diseases or quality or disease resistant, insect resistance, quality traits. And then weeds, you know, yeah, weeds would be of interest, but not as important as those other factors that they can't manage with any other inputs or management. So, but we do know it, you know, you can get, there's been some cool studies like, oh, if you choose the more competitive cultivar out of a group of 5, you can get, let's say, 5% better weed control. And then within that competitive cultivar, if you go to a seed cleaning facility and you select out the top 25% of the seed sizes and masses, you can get further crop competition by high grading the seed. And so you can get 5 from the selection of the variety, another 5 or 10 from high grading, and then another 5 or 10 from density, and another so many from arrangement. So there's been a lot of that kind of work done.
Yeah, we've been doing weed competitive ability in barley varieties for the past 3 or 4 years, and we see very large differences between varieties for their ability to grow very quickly early in the season and cover the ground quickly. So there's definitely differences, at least in barley, that we've seen.
Have you ever looked to see if the cultivars tolerate the tine herring differently? So one of the things that we're doing right now is we're in a different experiment set of trials. We're looking at vegetable cultivars tolerance to different weeding implements. So, for example, I have a PhD student that's looking at finger weeders and carrot cultivars. And so a carrot cultivar that has a high early root-to-shoot ratio presumably is better anchored in the soil, and you'd be able to set your finger weeders more aggressively for that cultivar.
Now, we haven't looked at differences in establishment of different varieties. In general, though, we don't see much difference as long as the germination of the seed is good.
Okay, we have one more question coming in the chat here. It says, it was interesting to hear about how tech is factoring into farming. How do you see that evolving in the next few years?
That's a great question. And the quick answer is that the robots are going to essentially put me out of business. They're promising to solve many, if not all, of the problems I've spent my career working on. And I'm not fully kidding there. I mean, they're out there, you know, even if their efficacy is 50%, they're only killing half of them. They're ultimately patient. They're just killing 50% 24 hours a day. The cost is going down very quickly. And the technology is really interesting in that it's, what would you call it, distributed. So it's not a monolith of like a multinational seed or herbicide company that just has, you know, one group doing R&D. This is like hundreds of nerdy engineer types working in their garages with their pals, and there are, I think, over 100 different weeding robots that are on farms right now, like different fundamental designs worldwide, ranging from essentially like a 200 horsepower or greater automated 4-wheel drive tractor in Australia that is automatically towing around full-size farming implements, down to smaller kind of communicating swarming robots that are kind of working as a team through a field. So it is coming faster than I can keep up with. So that's where I would put my money if I were loaded.
That reminds me of another question I had for you, Eric. Are you familiar with the electrical systems that they're testing in Europe, where they tow these bits of a weight, I guess they're weighted kind of flat pieces of metal that are electrified, and they're electrifying the weeds to kill the weeds in between the rows.
Yeah, the weed zapper. I think there might be even somebody at Cornell that's doing some of that. They're working on it in southern Maine or southern US, in particular to try to help kill glyphosate-resistant water hemp and Palmer amaranth. The problem is that if this is your crop, it's basically only getting weeds that are taller than your crop. So it's kind of like the old 1981 Roundup rope wick applicator or whatever, or the mowers that go above a crop. So, it's kind of cool. It's energetically, you're towing a big generator, or you have a big generator. And if it can reduce some of the seed rain in those escape weeds, yeah, that's a great thing. The other thing related to that is interesting is this, and Ellen did some work with this called the comb cut. So it's basically some sharp knives at an angle, and then a rotating brush, and you drive that right at the level of the height of your grain crop to try to clip off, in particular, Canada thistle. So as long as the grain is sufficiently pliable that it goes sort of through the knives without getting cut, whereas the more rigid stem of a Canada thistle hits those knives and gets cut off. So there's a few farms in the US and Canada using those, and they're also a European tool, specifically developed to deal with Canada thistle.
The system that I saw, I think it's called Crop Zone, has paddles that lay on the ground and go between the rows to kill the weed. And I think there's some sort of a liquid that enhances the contact with the weeds to make sure they get electrified.
Huh, I guess I haven't seen that. That's pretty interesting. I'll have to look that up. The one I did just see was a robotic startup that is using lasers. So using a laser, CO2 laser, to sort of zap the so it's using artificial intelligence to recognize what's a weed, what's a crop. If it decides it's a weed, it zaps the meristem with a CO2 laser.
Yeah.
I could see this being an assignment in every university, every land grant university's engineering department.
Oh yeah.
But we do have one more question from the person who initially asked about tech, and she was wondering more specifically, how do we ensure that tech works in the systems that we want them to, and not push in the direction of just profits for big ag?
Well, that's a great question, and I'm actually pretty hopeful in that, because it's this disparate technology, you have people with all sorts of ethics and goals working on it at the same time. And yes, you are going to have some people that are trying to just make, big ag in California even bigger and more efficient. But in southern Maine, for example, there's a group that's working on a robot that is designed for a 3-acre diversified organic farm. And the farmer is excited because suddenly the robot might be able to allow the farmer to do things that they just couldn't afford to do otherwise. So for example, intercropping. We don't intercrop right now because it's too inefficient, but the robot doesn't really care if you have multiple species mixed around. The robot will just recognize what's desirable and what's not. So I think there are some people, I wouldn't say a lot yet, but I'm hopeful that there are going to be people that are saying, oh, what have we always wanted to do in sustainable agriculture that we couldn't do because it was too inefficient or whatever, and maybe the robots could allow us to do it.
Okay, someone commented that Small Robot Co. and Ag Extend from CNH are EU electric weeding companies. All right, thank you for
Great.
that. Okay, let's see, we have one more minute here, so if you have any other questions, feel free to type them in the chat. Otherwise, we'll be wrapping up pretty soon. For the next session, you'll be hearing more research throughout the day on grains production. So yeah, please stick with us and learn more about grains research. So Mark, do you have any closing remarks here?
Yeah, I just want to extend our gratitude to Eric for joining us today. It's been a fascinating session. And we all of us who work in organic systems know that weeds are the #1 problem. It comes up again and again in surveys. So very timely, and appreciate you sharing your expertise with us, Eric. And thank you.
Downside, Mark, is that I think I've used that opening line in every proposal I've written for 25 years now, and it's still true.
Yeah, it's incredibly true. It's really and we've all seen it. We've gone out to an organic farm and it's overrun with weeds. So
yeah.
Well, we better wrap up today's session on weed control and stick around for more on agronomics coming up in the next session. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's panel on the agronomic research subject. We're going to be looking at winter hardiness in grains and management of winter organic grains. I want to introduce the panelists, and then we'll watch the video that was pre-recorded, the videos from the different panelists, and then we'll open up to questions and discussion. So if all the panelists want to turn on their video, I will introduce you quickly, and then we'll turn them back off and watch the videos. So I'm going to give everyone a quick bio here. Matt Leavitt is the organic seed lead and an agronomist with the Albert Lee Seed Company, a family-owned and operated seed company in Minnesota that focuses exclusively on organic and non-GMO farm seed. He's worked there for 10 years. He received his master's degree in agronomy from the University of Minnesota, studying organic no-till production systems with cover crops. Ellen Mallory is a professor in cooperative extension in the School of Food and Agriculture at the University of Maine. Ellen Mallory's research and outreach programs focus on grain, pulse, and oilseed production, both organic and conventional, for local food and beverage markets. She also works on the use of organic amendments like manure, compost, and green manures for crop fertility. Ellen also is active in the Maine Sustainable Agriculture Society, the Maine Grain Alliance, and the Maine Climate and Agriculture Network. Heather Darby is joining us for a second session today. She's an extension professor at the University of Vermont. Heather received her master's from the University of Wisconsin in agronomy and her PhD in crops and soils at Oregon State University. She was raised on a dairy farm in northwestern Vermont. Her outreach programs have focused on delivering on-farm education in the areas of soil health, nutrient management, organic grain and forage production, and oilseed production. Her research has focused on traditional and niche crop variety trials, weed management strategies, and cropping systems development. So thank you all for joining us today and for giving us some of your time to make the videos we're going to see and also to answer questions at the end. And please feel free to put questions in the chat in the YouTube channel during the presentations or right afterwards, and I will facilitate the discussion at the end. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Ellen Mallory, and I work with Cooperative Extension at the University of Maine, where I conduct research and outreach on grain production. I'm glad for the opportunity to join Matt and Heather to talk about winter grains, which are excellent crops to include in rotation for so many reasons, and especially for organic growers. But in our area, growers are experiencing increasing problems with winter kill. We get less reliable snow cover, winter thaws, followed by deep freezes. And because of the risk of winter kill, many farmers have become reluctant to plant winter grains. To address this, last fall, Heather and I initiated a 3-year project to identify the primary causes of winter kill in northern New England. And we're working with a number of farmers in both states. I've marked the ones in Maine because I know where they are, but I don't know where Heather's are. But at each farm, we have 1 to 3 fields that we're tracking from planting through harvest. And we're looking at a number of factors. We're looking at site characteristics, management factors, weather and winter conditions, and then how all these may interact to affect crop performance. So the idea is that with enough sites, we can begin to figure out what are the primary causes of winter kill. And then for those causes that might have a management component, we can develop recommendations and maybe new strategies to improve winter survival. So I thought I'd just highlight a couple sites where we've been so far this spring and what we're seeing. And if there were a theme so far, it would be pink snow mold. Pink snow mold is caused by a fungus that thrives in cool, damp conditions. It can persist in the soil, on the residue, and in seed or on seed. And the worst infections we've seen in Maine, at least, are in years when the snow is covered, there is snow cover over unfrozen ground, which is what we had this year. If you brush back the top growth, you can see live plants, and they'll many of them will likely survive, but definitely will be set back. Individual plants going into the fall were very healthy, great crown development, lots of tillers, but there were just probably way too many of these plants. If you notice, the seeding rate was really high, 50 plants per square foot, so it's partly accidental. And then in this area of the field that we're looking at, it's at the very end where they trimmed the field, so the seeding rate was even higher. Right next door, we had, and it's in the same field, but just a different section, they planted winter wheat and they drilled that at a much more reasonable seeding rate. We don't see the issues. The plants are somewhat affected by snow mold, but really not to the same degree. So definitely seeding rate in this case. Here, we also have snow mold in rye, but we're still trying to figure out why. The pattern's really different. There's groups of plants affected and with an amazingly even distribution across this field. This is a field that was no-till drilled. A good choice for.
Apologies, everybody. I'm going to just pause the
let's see
video
again.
real quick and back up a little bit. I just had an internet glitch, so I'm just going to back it up a few seconds here and reshare. And here we go.
Is really set back and affected, but then other areas where the plants were also infected with snow mold, we don't really see a high residue level, so there might be something else going on. And we're wondering, because of the even distribution, if perhaps it's not infected seed. Stay tuned on that. And then this last shot is from our winter grain variety trial. And none of the other varieties showed damage. This is the Teo rye variety. And, varieties do differ in their tolerance to snow mold, which is related to freeze tolerance as well. So Teo is probably not a good variety, a good choice for where snow mold's a concern. Well, so let's say you've done everything you can to avoid winter kill, but in the early spring, you see that you've got it in your field. What do? Well, small grains are pretty adaptable. They can tiller and fill in space relative to other crops, but only up to a point. So you need to decide if you're going to keep the crop, and making that decision, think of, how much of the crop remains. Are there big areas of the field that are affected that really you need to take out and plant as something else? Or are there spots that are somewhat, that aren't too big, but weeds could be a problem. And sometimes people will put in, they might broadcast seed a cover crop like red clover to fill in those areas to prevent weeds. And then where you do have live plants, you can look at the number per square foot to make a decision. So are you, do you have enough? Is it in a good situation, or is the number in the 12 to 15 range where you might consider top dressing, or should you really be considering replanting? For top dressing, the rationale here is that nitrogen applied early can stimulate tillering. So to decide whether to top dress or not, you're going to be looking at the tiller number per square foot. And if that number is low, you would apply nitrogen early to increase tillers and spikes. But if that tiller number is high, is adequate or high, you would, if you were going to top dress, you would delay it so that you don't get too many tillers. In both cases, of course, you have to consider the cost of top dressing, material and application cost, relative to any potential returns. What crop are you growing and what's the market you're selling into, what the price you can get. I thought I'd end with just a little bit of data from where we tested this strategy. And this is in rye, actually. So we had, and we did a number of on-farm trials, but I'm just going to show two of them to highlight two different scenarios. So where we had a low tiller density, 31 tillers per square foot, we put on different rates of top dressing, and you can see that relative to where we started, which is that red line, we, at the time of harvest, we'd actually increased the number of spikes. So each of those tillers, we must have increased tillering because we had more spikes than tillers. So the top dressing worked. And it also resulted in an increase in yield. So where spring tiller numbers were low, top dressing was a good idea. But at another site where we had high tiller numbers, we also saw that there were more resulting spikes with increasing N rates. In this case, the nitrogen increased the number of the existing tillers that ended up developing into productive spikes. But in terms of yield, that high spike number, high tiller number resulted in lodging. And so we saw no benefit to yield here, reinforcing the recommendation to, when tiller numbers are high, to delay any top dressing. Okay, with that, I'll end, and I'm really looking forward to our discussion. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Heather Darby from the University of Vermont. I'm excited to be with you today, joining my colleagues, Matt Leavitt and Ellen Mallory. And today we're going to be talking about growing winter cereal grains. My colleagues are going to dive into some details about growing winter grains, and I'm just going to provide a quick overview and then let them take it from here. So I'm Heather Darby again from the University of Vermont, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about winter cereal grains. So we know that there are both winter and spring cereal grains, and winter grains are planted in the fall of the year, and spring grains are planted first thing in the spring. They're both cool season annuals, which means they like most of their life cycle to be during cooler weather. So what is the difference between the two besides when they're planting? Why does a winter grain get planted in the fall and a spring grain planted in the spring? So winter cereal grains actually require a vernalization period, which means it must go through a dormancy that's triggered by cool weather and photo period. And the dormancy, again, is triggered by cool weather. And that is the start of the vernalization period. And the plant must go through that period, again, for a period of its lifespan in order to be able to initiate flowering. So our winter grains generally begin going into dormancy when the temperature near the crown of the plant reaches about 48 degrees Fahrenheit. And then slowly the plant's metabolism really more or less begins to change, especially around the crown, because the crown is the primary growing point of the plant. And again, it transitions into a dormancy period. This occurs over a 4 to 8 week period. It helps the plant really harden off and again, prepare for weather or prepare for the cold weather. So that's the primary difference between the two. Now, if you planted a spring grain in the fall, it would not survive the winter. It doesn't go through that same vernalization period. And of course, winter grains are bred to be able to survive down to certain temperatures, minimum temperatures. And each winter grain varies in the minimum winter temperature to which it can survive. So wheat, triticale, cereal rye, and barley all have winter types that are associated with them. And barley, triticale, and wheat, but not rye, also all have spring types. I do believe there might be a rye type that is spring, but not something that's grown very widely. So there are facultative varieties that are known to be able to grow in both the spring and also in the winter. So basically you can grow them either during either season. Facultative varieties are generally less cold tolerance overall. So they don't usually make it in very cold temperatures, such as those found in the upper Midwest and Northeast. They also have a shorter period required for vernalization, and they often are also earlier to flower. So those are some of the primary differences between winter and spring cereal grains. Now, there's many benefits if you were talking to farmers or researchers of growing winter cereal grains. Again, winter grains are planted in the early fall. So in most places, that's, between early September and early October. And you can see overall, there's a little bit of a time span to get those grains in the ground. And sometimes that can be easier for farmers to manage. So there's a little bit of a larger planting window for fall cereal grains or winter cereal grains. In most parts of the country where winter grains are grown, the weather also tends to be a bit drier at that time. And also for some parts of the country, winter grains are very common because they're able to utilize the water from the snow melt. So sometimes in drier areas where they do get snow, but not a lot of in-season moisture, growing in the winter helps them capture moisture from the snow to grow the crop. Weed control can be easier in winter grains. They establish again in the fall where there tends to be less weed pressure. And then going through the winter, obviously, in most places, very little weed growth, and then being able to come out of dormancy and start growing first thing in the spring allows them a competitive advantage over most weeds. The yield potential tends to be higher also, generally because these grains have a longer period of growth where they can set tillers. So you can see photos of tillers here in this slide, A and B. So A has just a few tillers where you have the main stem, and then you have multiple stems that arise from that. Each one of these tillers can form a spikelet and produce grain. So we want to have an adequate amount of tillering in cereal grains in order to maximize yield. And generally there's more time for that to occur in winter grains. There still are a lot of challenges. There are many climates that are not conducive to growing winter grains. Actually, maybe they're too warm, so they can't, the winter grains don't have their vernalization period, or sometimes it's too cold where the winter grain can't survive below its minimum temperature. So not every environment is conducive for winter cereal grains. And then we have this fluctuating climate and where we get a lot of fluctuations in the winter time between freezing and thawing cycles, and also when temperatures fluctuate up and down. That can be very difficult for the plant to survive over the winter. So remember, the plants start this dormancy period at 48, or most winter grains. And so if we're going through a warming in the winter, or even in the very, very early spring, and that plant comes out of dormancy and then has to go back into dormancy, that actually can be very, very difficult on the plant and can lead to the plants not being able to survive, like you can see in this picture. Now, of course, fertility management can be an issue as well, because we're managing a plant through the winter months. So nitrogen losses over the winter and other nutrient losses can occur. And then in the springtime, figuring out how to get adequate fertility onto the fields, especially if you're organic, to make sure that plant has enough nutrients to grow, can often be challenging. And my colleagues will talk about that. So there's a brief overview of winter cereal grains, some opportunities and challenges. And from here, I'm going to let my colleagues take over and provide you some more details. Thank you.
Hi, folks. My name is Matt Leavitt. I'm an agronomist with Albert Lee Seed, and I'm going to walk you through some basics of seeding winter grains. So one of the things you want to consider before you even start with thinking about planting is, if you're thinking about selecting varieties, is what your intended end use is for the crop, because that can really determine what variety you end up with, what species you end up with, and when you should be planting it, you know, what fertility recommendations are needed, planting timeframes, etc. And if you're raising for a grain or milling market, it's really important to know ahead of time what the requirements are of your end user or your market, and how well can you meet those needs. You know, there might be a really lucrative market for something like winter barley, but is it even feasible to plant that in your region of the country and in your rotation? Knowing the quality specs that your buyer is looking for can be really important, because you have a lot of control over what variety you're going to plant, but you have less control over, you know, what the weather gives you in a given season. So with any winter grain, the planting date is very important. It matters a lot, especially for crops that aren't as winter hardy, especially as you get into the northern regions of the United States. Things like winter barley, winter wheat, and winter triticale and hybrid rye are all very sensitive to planting date and have very strict planting date requirements. It isn't as important for crops like winter rye if you're using it as a cover crop or a forage crop, for example. But if you're really after grain and profitable, marketable grain at the end, you'd really want to pay attention to planting date. Obviously, some things you can't control as it regards to winter grains overwintering are the severity of the winter, the amount of snowfall you get, moisture, and spring heat during pollination. But you can control quite a lot in terms of planting date, how you're planting the crop, planting at the right rate, right field, and incorporating that crop into the right rotation. So for winter wheat, there's a range of different types of winter wheat. You want to make sure that whatever end market you're aiming for, you're planting the right type of winter wheat, whether that's soft red, hard red, if it's an artisan type. That can all really depend on, you know, what region of the country you farm in and what market you're trying to sell to. Typically, we recommend about 100 to 140 pounds to the acre as a full seeding rate of winter wheat at about 1 to 2 inches deep. And it really important with winter wheat is to keep it off of fields that were planted to corn, wheat, and barley, as that can be a disease bridge for fusarium head blight, which can cause scab. And that scab can negatively impact the marketability of wheat for milling, animal feed, and also for human food uses. So if you are planning on planting wheat on a field that was corn, wheat, or barley the previous year, you want to make sure you work that field as black as possible. For the upper Midwest anyhow, the planting date recommendations are about September 10th to October 10th, but that can vary quite a lot depending on what region of the country you're in. And wheat is a pretty nitrogen intensive crop. You want to make sure you're applying adequate manure or fertility to make sure you're getting optimum yield and quality. This is kind of an interesting visual to kind of reinforce the point that, you know, not all wheat is created equal. So you want to pay really close attention to what region of the country you're in, what markets are available to you, and if that particular wheat in question is even a good fit for your region of the country. So for winter rye, again, really important to ask yourself what's your intended end use, and that can influence what variety you're going to end up with at the end of the day. Along with that, depending on what your end use is, your planting rate can vary widely, all the way from 50 pounds to the acre for something like a cover crop, all the way up to like 150 pounds to the acre if you're using winter rye as, you know, a cover for a roll down system, for example. Important for winter rye is you don't want to seed it too deep. We recommend about 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch deep. If you stick rye deeper than that, you can have emergence issues. And the nice thing about winter rye is it's very flexible about what soil type it goes on, what fertility the soil is. It can be very adaptable to basically any soil type, and you can plant it very deep into the fall as well, basically right up until the first snowfall. Obviously, if you're raising it for grain, or if you're going to choose like hybrid winter rye for grain, you want to be much more aware of what your planting date is and make sure you get it planted on time. So it, will till around in the fall and create a good cover. But if you're just using it for forage or a cover crop, for example, you don't need to be as aware of what the seeding rate is. And obviously, you got to be really aware too of what your rotation is if you're using winter rye as a cover crop. So for winter barley, again, kind of starting with that important question of what's your intended end use. There's different types of barley. There's 2-row versus 6-row that can determine what variety you should end up choosing. For the most part, we do, the 2-row barleys are primarily aimed at the milling and distilling and malting industry, whereas the 6 rows are primarily for feed, although that's not kind of a hard and fast delineation there. For most barleys, you want to plant about 2 bushels to the acre, so about 80 to 100 pounds to the acre, about 1 inch deep. And winter barley is one of those crops that doesn't have a lot of good track record for surviving the winter in the upper Midwest. You got to plant it really early. I will say that with some of these new varieties that we have invested in with the University of Minnesota and testing new lines, that they have had better success with winter barleys overwintering, but you got to plant it very early and plant it in a sheltered location and hope for a good snowfall to protect that crop over the winter. And obviously, if you're hoping to raise that crop for malting, for food use, for milling, you got to manage for scab just like you would with winter wheat. And again, that winter hardiness trait is the really important thing. We have a lot of promise with winter barley as both a feed crop and a milling crop, but developing the winter hardiness is kind of our #1 goal as a seed company. And finally, winter triticale is a cross between wheat and rye. It kind of has some of the characteristics of both. It'll have the hardiness and the feed value of something like wheat, but the adaptability of winter rye. And the vast majority of winter triticale that's grown out there is used for forage, although there's a little market, depending on where you look, for grain as well, both for animal feed and for milling, but it's a pretty small slice. The vast majority of winter triticale is all cut for forage. And you plant about 100 pounds to the acre, about 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch deep, kind of the same as rye. And like rye, it's very adaptable to different soil types, heavy, light, low fertility, high fertility, different regions of the country, but it's a little bit more sensitive to winter injuries. So you got to plant it a little earlier than you would with rye. And the reason it's used for forage most distinctly is because it has the best forage quality of any of the small grains. So thanks very much. Thanks for being a part of Small Grains Week, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thanks for those. And if the panelist wants to turn on your video, we'll get some questions going. I don't see any in the chat yet, but please, if you're watching and you have a question, put it in the YouTube chat and we'll get to it to answer live here.
So as we're waiting for questions, Julie, I had something I wanted to say to Ellen, since she's here, about the snow mold. And I was preparing for my other talk on loose smut. And I know we had this conversation about snow mold being seed-borne, or at least on the surface of the seed. And when I went to Todd Hardy's farm, who's in the study that you were talking about, who had gotten his seed from Maine, his field also had snow mold. Not to the extent that you saw in that other field, but so then I started to think, are they getting it from the same seed source in Maine?
Do you know what variety it was?
It's AC Hazelrigg.
So that is that, yeah, it was that was that Hazlitt, we call it Hazlitt, I don't know. But anyway,
Hazelrigg.
I have no idea how it's supposed to be pronounced, but that, yeah, I'm not sure. I actually sent an email to a woman who out in the West who is a snow mold expert, and I'm still waiting for a reply, because what I don't know is really how important seed can be as an inoculum source.
So what I was going to say is, when I was looking through the literature on loose smut and steam treating, one of the diseases that they had recorded treating very successfully with aerated steam was snow mold on the seed. So, you know, I'm not a plant pathologist, and hopefully this person will get back to you, but, you know, it just made me want to dig a little bit further into this conversation around, wow, is that snow mold, is it actually seedborne? And in the right year, like we had this year with the ground not being really frozen, and, you know, those conditions under the snow, good for snow mold, and it was on the seed. Was it just more prevalent? I don't know, Matt, have you seen that before?
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's a new to me, that would potentially be a seedborne issue versus just something that is more happening from environmental, you know, if the environmental conditions are right. So yeah, I would be interested to know if that's something that can be managed on the seed level. We've looked a little bit. My boss, Mac Earhart, who's one of the co-owners of Albertley Seed, he was working with Tom Stearns at High Mowing at kind of investigating a little bit on steam treating seed, because certainly there are some diseases like, you know, like the smut, like you mentioned, Heather, that can be really well controlled with steam treating seed, but it's not something that's really available at a commercial scale in the US, unfortunately. And we've kind of been looking into it, and would definitely like to keep investigating it, because yeah, I mean, there might be other diseases like snow mold that could be controlled if the seed could be treated appropriately.
I will say the reason that I wrote this person was that in reading about snow mold, most of the management is about rotation and residue management. So the inoculum sources, like once you get it in a field, it persists, and sometimes it sounds like you can, you know, rotate out of winter cereals and especially out of grains, and that can help. Other times it sounds like, well, actually it can persist for a number of years, you know, like a few 2 to 4 years, in which case that's harder to do. And then I just want to reiterate that field that is like completely flat with snow mold, that is just, it was so dense, such a dense planting and so lush. They planted super early. And so, and they have had snow mold a number of years. Whenever the conditions are right, they tend to have it. So, but I do want to get down, you know, we should look more into the seed, just because that could be a way of, like that other field where we're not sure what happened, you know, it could have been introduced that way. I don't know. They save seed. Unfortunately, they don't have any of that seed left. We meant to collect the seed, but do you have it from Tom's field?
So I can't remember if we got a seed from Todd or a sample from Todd or not, but
Todd,
he had one was had been in rye for a couple of years, but the other field where it was worse was new field to him and had not been in rye before. But anyway, I was just curious. When I saw it, I thought immediately, Todd, where'd you get this seed?
Yeah. And
he said, oh, I always get it from so-and-so, Maine. So,
well, check to see if you have any of the seed, because that would be great. That would help us. And we could figure out who we got it from as well. And maybe it's a common source.
Yeah.
But I was wondering also, what we saw was that variety difference in the Teo, or I'm not sure, Matt, how you're pronounce that, but is that something that you guys
I don't know how it's pronounced either. I say Teo, but yeah, it's the same as you.
Has that been an issue for that variety? That have people reported any issues with snow mold in particular with that variety?
I mean, yeah, not if it's a widespread problem. It hasn't come to our attention yet. I'm assuming, you know, we typically see some people that have localized issues with that. And I think there is kind of a folk wisdom about planting winter grains in general, that there is such a thing, especially with rye, about planting it too early, that it can get so growthy that it, you know, is maybe more susceptible to that, or, you know, maybe the fungus is more able to be more developed over the winter too. So I can't really say there, but no, on the across the board, haven't really heard any varietal issues with overwintering on hybrid rye specifically. You know, it's mainly if people planted within, you know, roughly the same time frame as winter wheat, having pretty good survival in the upper Midwest.
Yeah. Well, it was one that in our variety trial, it wasn't overgrown, and it just really stood out. I mean, I think there is something that we need to mention, that sometimes it's hard to know if it's snow mold that's killing the plant, or if it's because the plant succumbed to something else and then snow mold is a secondary infection. So, you know, that could be what happened with the Teo as well. But no, and then the lush growth it's very much related to snow mold severity. The research says that, you know, shows that if you have higher or more developed, more lush, higher density and all that the susceptibility to snow mold is increased. It really is just, you know, it's this humid environment under the snow, and it's like leaves packed on leaves, and so it just makes for a way more snow mold happy environment, I think. So, and they say also that it's a kind of a catch-22, because a bigger plant will survive snow mold better, but they're more susceptible to snow mold. Then a smaller plant is less susceptible to it, but if they do get it, they are more likely to die. So it's hard to know which way to approach it.
Well, it seems
interesting.
Happy
We have one question in the chat, but Heather, if you wanted to follow up on that first, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just thinking about, you know, the climate becoming so variable. You know, for us last fall, we didn't necessarily plant rye that early, but we had such a long, extended, warm fall and even really early winter that, you know, things just kept growing. We had the best cover crops I ever saw, you know, because it was just kept going and going and going. Yeah, so it just seems, you know, it's just harder to manage too because of the weather. Anyway, Julie.
Yeah, the question in the chat is about facultative wheat. She says, we're growing heritage grains in northern New Mexico. We are finding more facultative varieties than expected. Can you talk more about the wheat varieties and how to evaluate them for facultative quality?
We don't evaluate it much here because it doesn't seem, we hear about varieties that are facultative in Vermont, like I think Red Fife is one of those, but it doesn't go both ways here. We rarely find those grains, so I think it must be definitely something that's, I guess, more predominant in places where they have milder winters. Ellen or Matt?
Yeah, I would say it's not too surprising that the heritage grains are facultative, especially with mild winters. The winter and spring breeding pools have been developed over kind of the modern breeding period by selecting for very strongly winter grains for more northern climates, and then very strongly spring grains that are not necessarily winter hardy. And many historic varieties would be facultative because they haven't been as much selected for a strong vernalization requirement. But if you plant them in northern climates, they're less likely to actually survive the winter. So I would say that's probably related to the fact that they're heritage grains and they're older germplasm, where they were developed before the breeding process kind of pushed wheat into the two groups of winter and spring.
Oh, that's interesting. So before then, there wasn't as hard of a line between winter wheat and spring wheat historically?
Right. Yeah, there wasn't as strong genetic grouping of the two, and most things were facultative, but it depended on your degree of winter as well. But a lot of the heritage grains you'll find from more moderate climates are actually facultative.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't have a ton of experience with it, to be honest. We've just started to get into more kind of ancient or heritage grains at scale, and definitely have seen, you know, things like einkorn and emmer have the capability of being facultative, but probably because they are old and they aren't selected for one group or another.
Yeah, certainly some of the older varieties of emmer and einkorn would be in the same category as older varieties of wheat. There are a few breeding programs for emmer and einkorn in Europe, but not breeding programs that have existed very long in the US, so most of the varieties we use are in the older category so far. If anyone else has questions, feel free to post them. I was interested in getting in maybe more into the topic you brought up, Heather, of the winters becoming more variable. In some respects, the winter we just came through was more normal than a lot of the previous ones because we had an extended period of relatively cold weather with snow on the ground, at least in the Midwest. And I think that prior winters saw a lot more freeze-thaw cycles kind of in the recent past, and we would have really cold followed by 40, 50 degrees, and that seemed to kill off a lot of the varieties in our trials more quickly than the type of winter we just came through, which might be historically more normal. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that, or if you're seeing similar, patterns of varieties surviving or not surviving, those kinds of fluctuations, or thoughts about how to manage if you know that the weather may be more erratic.
Well, I think, Ellen, you probably see this the most, this winter, having real difficulties with winter survival in your area, likely because of those weather fluctuations. I would say we see it, but it doesn't seem as extreme as what you're seeing. Go if you want to talk about that, Ellen.
Yeah, no, it has been a problem. And we, we'll get thaws, and then the snow and the very top surface is melted, but the ground is still frozen underneath in most cases. And so then it can't go anywhere. And then we get this ponding and then icing, and there's nothing you can do about that really. Except for site selection, choosing a nicely, slightly sloped, or making sure you don't have big dips in a field. We actually saw where we had the rye that was really heavily, it was really dense, and then the snow mold in another field with a rustic rye was also pretty dense, and we saw some snow mold, but there was this one patch that was a low spot and it was really affected. But within that, we saw tufts of rye that looked great. And we were just like, what in the world is going on here? And when we started poking around in there, we saw each tuft, each area had a broccoli stalk. This is like following broccoli. It had a broccoli stalk in it. So it was like, a stalk like this long or so. And at first we were thinking, oh, it's like biofumigation, so and so the snow mold, killed the snow mold fungus. But then we saw another area of the field where there was a cardboard box that had, blown into the field, and we picked that up, and actually underneath it, the rye looked great. So we're thinking that it was one of these cases where, where it's the plants are really susceptible is in these transition times, and so we had good snow cover. But then this spring it melted, and then we had some frost in that area, and they weren't really super, super heavy. And we're thinking that maybe the broccoli and the cardboard box actually helped protect prevented freezing, ponding right there in those areas. Which speaks to, well, so is there a residue? Maybe there's a way to use residue. It wouldn't be effective against a really strong icing event, but some of the lighter events. And I know people out in the Midwest and plains try to plant into some standing stubble for trapping snow. So that might be something that we explore more. Or we go with the biofumigation theory, but I think it was more residue.
Yeah, I wonder too, how much we know about individual varieties and at what temperature they start to go into dormancy, because that is also the same temperature that they start to come out of dormancy. And so when you start to have, those freezing and thawing cycles, and we get those, a week of 50-degree weather or something, and the crown temperature hits that break dormancy temp, and it starts to break dormancy, and then it gets cold again. It doesn't go back immediately into dormancy, and all those factors stress the plant. So the position of the crown, which is something Ellen and I have been looking at, the depth of seeding. So if it's the crown temperature that's really important, especially, for the survival of that plant. And so, what part of the soil does warm up, and if the crown isn't deep enough and the snow cover isn't consistent enough. So I think, there are some management things we probably need to start paying much closer attention to, because I think, probably in many cases, the devil's in the details, but I don't completely understand, all the details that we can manage to help make the fields more resilient. I think variety selection is probably one, and depth of planting, and, and like Ellen's talking about, some of that residue management to protect that crown are all things we're probably going to have to move towards to be successful if we want to keep growing winter grains in certain areas, I think.
I also think in some cases, like we had another case where we had pretty poor root development, spotty in the field, and it was because it was so dry last fall, which is another odd thing. But it was super dry, and the farm that we were working with had really had poor establishment, except for poor growth, kind of delayed growth, but except for where they had wheel tracks. And then those plants looked great. Last week we went out and looked, but where the plants were smaller and they hadn't been as developed, they got frost heaved more out of the ground because their roots weren't as anchored in the soil. So really making sure that we have great root development going into the winter. It just will help in, I think, a number of ways. And so then that's related to possibly phosphorus fertility, planting depth, planting date, a lot of things.
There's a comment that the more extreme wind is also really concerning, along with the temperatures and some of the storms we've been getting. And I'd imagine some of the residue management to trap snow might help with that as well. Matt, sorry, I think I interrupted you.
Oh yeah, no problem. I was just going to add that this past year with the dryness too, we produce a fair amount of winter grains in North and South Dakota, and they were in a really severe drought and had, not surprisingly, a lot of issues with winter kill this year, where the plants maybe had enough moisture to pop out of the ground last fall, but did not have enough moisture to help them survive, which seems like it's going to be, yeah, absolutely more of an issue going forward.
Yeah, I was surprised we didn't see more winter kill because of the dryness too here, Matt, but I guess we did. It did get wetter last fall. But that is true, right? The moisture in the soil acts, as a buffer to temperature fluctuations as well. So yeah, that's a really good point. Ugh. I don't know.
We've all got our work cut out for us.
Yeah, get busy.
But it is, when we're talking about changes in weather patterns, it's another reason to keep persisting, and trying to succeed with winter grains, because springs are becoming way less predictable, and wetter, and just working day, the days that you can actually get into the field in the spring are going down. And so having a crop seeded in the fall is it's great. You don't have to worry about getting into that field if it's soggy.
Right, and also something there to manage erosion over the winter and their trap snow, other potential benefits.
Yeah, I was going to say too, for us, I feel like the time between spring grain planting, like that window, and then what seems to be hot weather seems to be shrinking. So the time for like tiller development and like building yield potential becomes shorter. And so the yields, we may get them in early enough, but yeah, the yields just aren't very good. So that I feel like is a challenge here. I was worried about that when we planted in early April because it was so hot, and I kept thinking, oh, if it stays like this, we got the grains in, but they're not going to yield very well. It's just way too hot. But now it's cold and there's plenty of moisture, so never know.
Great. Well, I don't see any more questions in the chat. There's a comment that we keep getting false springs, which is what you just mentioned, Heather. It's definitely seems to be more common. Thank you all for spending time on the discussion and for talking about so many different issues with winter grains. And we have not scared people off because, as you say, there are many benefits to winter grains and some issues with spring grains as well. Thanks everyone for joining us, and the next session starts at the top of the hour.
Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Alyssa Hartman with the Artisan Grain Collaborative, and I am glad to be here for the next hour with Doctors Erin Silva from UW-Madison and Heather Darby from the University of Vermont, as well as Klaas Martens from Lakeview Organic Grain and the Martens Farm in New York, talking about low and reduced tillage in organic systems. So we are going to play a video for you to start. And as you're watching, please enter into the YouTube chat any questions you have, and we'll be back to answer those for you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am here with Klaas Martens, Erin Silva, and Heather Darby, and we are talking about reduced tillage in organic systems. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Klaas to talk about how he thinks about tillage in the context of the broader agroecological or farm system.
I think it's really important for us to have a farming system and to differentiate between practices and systems. I don't see no-till as a system. I see it as a practice. It's a good practice, but it doesn't fit in every system. On the other hand, a farming system includes a lot more than just one practice. It includes a crop sequence. It includes the marketing. It includes the personality of the farmer, actually. And I think our challenge is to create a farming system that uses the tool, and practices could also be interchanged with tools, that uses the many tools that are available to us. I think the challenge in using less tillage is actually in our imagination. It's having a system where each crop tees up the soil, the field, for the next crop that will follow. And we've had a lot of issues early on adopting, especially the organic no-till soybeans, because the rye just doesn't get a good start. We need to learn to think backwards. We tend to think forward because that's the direction we work in and the direction our lives go. But we really need to reverse that and think in the other direction of what would I like to have in the field before I'm planting, and then what do I need to have in the field before that? And I think that is a helpful thing. The opportunity is given to us actually by the organic market, that we've got a tremendous opportunity to add biodiversity to our farms. And the more we increase our biodiversity, the more flexible and resilient the system becomes, and the more easily we can insert new practices and new ideas.
And Klaas, I know something that you're passionate about as a specific opportunity is new crops. So can you talk a little bit about the cropping system and some of the things that you're thinking about on your own farm as you're thinking back in time through that crop sequence?
Yes, on our farm, we've really noticed climate change, and it's created several different, it's changing our system actually. For instance, when I graduated from college, and unfortunately that dates me, but they told us that you can't double crop soybeans after grains north of the Mason-Dixon line. We can do that now in New York every year. So we have that little longer season, makes New York one of the fortunate places that's not all bad results from climate change. And because we've got this little longer season, we've been able to really introduce some interesting crops that allow us to expand our marketing. A couple of them we're trying right now, I'll just throw out as teasers, is winter lentils. I don't think anyone's ever grown lentils in New York before, but we found that our winter lentils survived fine and they look terrific. We've gone from some of the spring crops like peas to winter yellow and green peas. We've been able to grow malting barley much more reliably because of the warmer temperatures, and also because we're learning. We keep learning as we diversify our system, the agronomics and how to technically do a better job, which also helps us. On the other side, climate change has caused longer hot spells and more intense heat. It's caused longer droughts, more intense droughts, also longer floods. more intense floods. And because of the extra diversity that we have been forced to put into our system, we're actually able to roll with the punches better and adapt to these challenges much more effectively than we were before.
Great. Heather, could you talk a little bit about opportunities that you see with no-till and small grains?
Yes, thank you. And thanks, Klaus. That was great. I fully agree with Klaus that looking at the rotation or production system as a whole really should give you some time to think about where might no tillage or reduced tillage or full tillage fit into that entire system. And if your goal really is to reduce tillage or not use tillage, setting up the system so that you're able to do that, laying out the crops in an order that makes sense to be able to maximize or minimize tillage. And there's lots of other things that have to be thought about besides tillage. So it's really complex. It's not as simple as, I think, flying year to year, not quite knowing what you want to do in a field. I mean, that certainly happens because of weather, but really sitting down and thinking through that rotation is going to help you set it up so that you can accomplish or achieve some of those goals, like reducing tillage. In my experience, both on my own farm and in the research that I have been doing over the years, I think the number one sort of pitfall maybe that I see when people are trying to look at reduced tillage or no tillage is immediately they think about what equipment they need to be successful, or the equipment's not right, or the planter's not good for no-tiller, or I need to get one of those, roller crimpers, or but it's always about getting some, more steel that'll accomplish that job. And really, it doesn't start with the equipment. Again, it starts with kind of laying out that plan and where you want to integrate, or where you can really integrate no tillage or reduced tillage. One of the successes I feel like we've had is adding or kind of using no-till in a spring cereal grain system, and also with frost seeding. So I'll give kind of two examples. We plant a lot of spring grains in Vermont, traditionally a lot, because winter grains didn't actually used to overwinter very well, which is also another benefit of climate change. More people can grow winter cereals now, but spring cereals need to be planted early, and so early that a lot of the times it's really difficult to think about getting out to a field and getting it prepped in the spring with tillage. So it really makes sense to think about, how could I get out there earlier if I was using a no-till system and not having to take that additional multiple days, right, to till the field early in the spring, where you may only have a couple day window to get all those grains planted before, like today in Vermont, it is snowing right now. And we had about a 3-day window to get all our grains in. If I had to spend 3 days working the field up and I needed 3 more days to plant, you could see where really getting those grains in without tillage would be a huge advantage. So we have definitely focused on that because of those reasons. And we have really focused on making sure that when we no-till those spring grains, we're going into a field that has really good soil quality, for one, and that we have tried to put a late season or kind of late summer cover crop into that will be winter terminated. So that late season cover crop, primarily oats, has worked the best for us. Planted to gain, a ton or even 2 tons of dry matter biomass, which is thick oats, almost up to my waist, that are then killed really in December. And that really helps to loosen the soil. It suppresses those kind of fall weeds. And then in the spring, the next spring, there's still a lot of biomass on the soil left from those oats. There's no weeds. The soil's nice and friable. And then we go in with a no-till drill and seed our winter grain. And again, just takes a lot less time to do that. It gives us more opportunity to really get out there and get the job done when we have that little tiny window in the spring to get the grains seeded. So that is one option that's worked well for us, and hopefully we can have some discussion around that. But frost seeding is sort of like the ultimate no-till. You know, it's cheap. Doesn't necessarily take any special equipment. I've gone out and frost seeded with my hands and a bag of seed even before. I probably wouldn't recommend that on, large acreages, but you can get a little spreader on your four-wheeler. You can do a lot of things to broadcast that seed out into the field, or certainly, if the ground is really frozen, you can use a grain drill and a tractor, but you can frost seed clover. If you're trying to seed down a field or get an early season cover crop, something like mustard, or even small grains, something that you want to, terminate and plant a full season crop, you can accomplish that through frost seeding very simply with a broadcast spreader. So there's a few ideas, a couple of things that have worked for us. And again, hopefully we can discuss that with everyone later.
Great. Thanks, Heather. Erin, what can you share with us about opportunities with roller crimping?
Sure. So we've been working on roller crimping, for over a decade now, focusing a lot on the soybean system, but also trying to adapt systems for growing corn in the upper Midwest. And I've often heard that one of the holy grails of organic production to achieve or to seek is a zero tillage system. And we're still a ways away from that for a variety of reasons, including not having well-adapted cover crops for that purpose that will perform well and consistently in the upper Midwest. Interestingly, even with the climate warming, that for overwintering crops doesn't necessarily have an advantage. We actually, in some cases, had better overwintering previously when we had consistent snow cover to insulate the soils. And when we see more fluctuations of temperature in the winter, more freeze-thaw events, more ice sheeting, those overwintering crops are actually more susceptible to winter kill. So in some situations, even with the climate change that is very observable across the nation, we're actually seeing issues where we might think that those warmer temperatures might help. It's putting certain crops at risk. The work we've done, roller crimping soybeans can definitely work. We've consistently achieved yields that are comparable to our typically tilled soybeans. We've gotten adequate and really superior in many cases weed suppression. But as Klaas and Heather both said within their comments, it really comes down to designing a system. And when we look at failures in organic no-till soybeans or cover crop-based no-till soybeans and issues with adoption, it really comes down to the mindset and honestly the market forcing farmers into, in many cases, a corn soybean wheat rotation or corn soybean cereal grain rotation. And as farmers are seeking markets of corn for grain and growing the typical hybrids they may grow in the upper Midwest, we just don't have those windows to get the cereal rye in the window we need to get it planted to achieve the biomass that's necessary for weed suppression. So if we're prioritizing these cover crop-based no-till systems, we really have to profoundly think of how we're sequencing our crops, what varieties we're choosing, and what new markets we might want to pursue to open up new windows. And there certainly are those markets, whether they be canning vegetables or peas for protein, other grains, but they're not easy. They're markets that farmers really have to actively seek and build relationships, and they certainly have a limited volume that they can absorb. So it really takes some creativity and effort from the farmer that certainly is not insignificant. The other thing that I wanted to note with respect to some of the observations that I've seen here in the upper Midwest with farmers that are reducing tillage is that they're really doing it in a very intentional way, thinking of what are their goals, what are they trying to mitigate, what are they trying to achieve, and how does that even differ across their farm. And even though we're in the Midwest, Wisconsin is quite hilly, particularly in many of the areas where organic farms are concentrated. And some of the farmers that I know that are really doing some innovative practices with respect to no tillage are prioritizing those practices and the crops they're growing to allow them to reduce tillage on their highly erodible lands, so that they're very intentionally selecting what fields they're growing which crops, so that they're able to sequence the crops in such a way where they may only be doing tillage once every 4 to 5 years. So looking at planting more cereal grains in those fields, more perennials, and doing some specific cover cropping with sorghum, Sudan grass, and buckwheat, where they're able to continually plant into the last crop's stubble and growing crops that are going to be more conducive to weed-free fields, so that tillage is less necessary, less a component of those systems. And we're looking at prioritizing and where risk is. Certainly those highly erodible lands or areas where, yes, we do want to reduce tillage because we want to keep that soil in place and minimize soil loss. Other fields, it may not be as essential, and there may be other practices to counteract tillage, such as high biomass cover crops, and even how we manage those cover crops with equipment, letting those cover crops put on a lot of above ground growth, and then incorporating them in such a way that we still are armoring the soil, feeding the soil biology, and bringing carbon inputs back down into the soil. So I think there's lots of ways we can approach this, but we need to approach it with intentionality and approach it by thinking outside the box and being creative. Especially with respect to this systems-based perspective.
Thanks, Erin. Would anyone else like to add any other items in terms of challenges or opportunities with organic, no, or reduced till?
A lot of the challenges, I guess, are in our minds. I think we have tools out there that if we realize that we can use them, we will. For instance, I like to use the term biotill. It's never caught on, but we can actually perform some of the things that we spend money on diesel fuel and iron for with plants. And for instance, buckwheat was mentioned. Buckwheat roots will loosen the soil and leave it in really beautiful condition, and do so a whole lot cheaper than tillage equipment does. I've found that BMR sorghum Sudan grass, which is a short-term forage crop, also leaves the soil in much nicer physical condition. I think one of the problems we have with our corn-soybean oscillation, I don't even want to call it a rotation, is that we're growing a crop for 4 months of the year and leaving the soil idle for 8 months. And unless we have a nice, healthy crop of weeds out there, we're also starving our soil microbiology for those 8 months. Because the main driver of our soil biology, even though we don't think about it that way very often, is the exudates from our crop roots. I think a real goal in a farmer's mind should be to always have green things growing on the field as much of the time as possible. Not just for the armor that it gives above ground, but for the food that the root exudates from our crops are supplying to the biology in the soil. And I could cite some really interesting old research from Austria, where they took soil samples with excellent aggregate stability and put them in the lab at 70 degrees. And over time, the aggregate stability broke down. The same professor took that's a split sample and put a sugar source in it. And where he put food in with the soil, the aggregates actually remain stable longer. And I think that tells us that some of the things that go into soil tilth and soil condition that make no-till or reduced tillage more successful can actually be accomplished by the previous crops and by the cover crops that we're growing. And we have so many more choices out there for things that we could be growing, especially if we can think out of the box. The soil doesn't know or care whether we call something a crop or a cover crop or a weed. They all perform services. And I'm thinking of another quote from an old dead white man, Dr. Albrecht. William Albrecht used to write about the services of weeds. I think farmers have a hard time thinking of weeds as providing services sometimes, but they do.
Thank you. Really useful thoughts. Erin or Heather, anything else you'd like to add on the topic?
I am hopeful that with not only the research that's being done at land-grant universities, but the vast amount of farmer innovation that's happening, that we can continue to think of, again, strategic ways to reduce tillage that are getting towards our goals, that we're not just reducing tillage for the sake of reducing tillage, but really looking at what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve and what are all the tools in the toolbox we can use to do that. And I think with the efforts to breed new cover crops, to expand new markets for organic farmers, and also to breed for cash crop varieties that are productive with shorter maturity requirements, is going to be critical as well. So it's certainly been a challenge, but I think that there's a lot of reason for optimism that we'll continue to be able to move forward with a lot of different approaches that, again, not just focus on reducing tillage for tillage's sake, but really bringing us to the goals we want in organic farming.
You made me think of an interesting term that was commonly used by one of our extension agents, and that's recreational tillage. Tillage is an expense, no matter how else we look at it. It's an expense in terms of money. It's an expense in terms of biology. And I think a very compelling reason to reduce tillage is to save money. And we need to also think if we're going to spend the money on tillage, what service is it providing? And if we can provide that service through another means, particularly one that might not have the downside, the negative side effects, it's a win-win situation. And I'll share another observation with plants. I'm really into watching what plants do. And that's when we see foxtail growing in a field, I've noticed that it's usually in fields that are not breathing, fields that have poor gas exchange. The roots of the foxtail are actually opening the soil up and improving the gas exchange. It's kind of the conditions that favor that species to grow there are also conditions that species quite often can mitigate. And what I'm finding is the weeds quite often give me a cue as to what crop might do well or what cover crop might do well to improve the system. We had a speaker come out, and I think probably some of the farmers listening to this saw him, Jan Hendrik Kropp. He was a German farmer who's pushed no-till far north of where it's supposed to work and mulch tillage. And he starts out analyzing the soil, whether your soil is in good enough condition to make reduced tillage work well, to make it a good bet. And then he talks about how do we get our soil into condition where we don't have to till it.
Thank you. Heather, any final words?
I was appreciating the recreational tillage, and then it made me think of the soils that are addicted to tillage. It's that the soils are addicted to it and we are addicted to it, and it becomes this monkey on our back, I feel like. And it's a hard one to break for a lot of reasons. And Erin has said this, Klaas has said this, and so have I. And I'm sure people are going to ask Klaas, well, what's your rotation? What are your secrets? And I think, an important point is you really have to sit down and pencil all this out yourself and hopefully gather some tidbits, from what Klaas is doing, what Erin has learned in her research and on her farm, and same with me and everyone else that's going to be a part of this conversation. And, just put the time and thought into developing what's going to work for you and your goals in your farm. And tillage is a tough habit to break. I like it. I don't recreationally do it, but I think that it does have a place on a farm, but we need to be more thoughtful about where we choose to use it.
I think that is a great point on which to open us up for some discussion, and we're looking forward to taking your questions. Okay, Erin, Heather, Klaas, hello again.
Hi.
Different day, same chairs, right? Maybe. Nice to see you all. So we've got a couple of comments in the chat here. Let's just dive right in. The first is asking, would frost seeding work in more mild, wetter climates like the Pacific Northwest? Anyone have takes on the efficacy of frost seeding in the Pacific Northwest or other climates like it?
I'm sure it will, because I've done frost seeding after we don't have frost anymore with good success. In fact, I've done some interesting experiments. A few years back, we didn't get our soybeans planted on time, and they were running really late so that we couldn't get our winter grains planted. And I just took a spinner and drove through the soybeans and seeded our winter grain. And we got an excellent catch. But what I saw, the devil's in the details. In that particular case, if I threw the seed on right at when I saw the first couple of yellow leaves, and there's you see a few, maybe a yellow leaf every 10 feet, and then all of a sudden the whole field is yellow, I had my best success. If I threw them on too early, the soybeans shaded them out. And if I waited too long, they would come, but I had less success. What the key was when the leaves fell off, there was a frenzy of earthworm feeding. And I suspect that the earthworms were actually working the seeds into the ground. We got a good catch. I've also had no problem getting clover, just throwing it on late in the spring and letting the water wash it in. So while we call it frost seeding, this practice is much more specific to what species we're doing it with. Also, a lot of farmers have found that you can throw rye on top. And unlike a lot of our grains that really do better if they're in the soil a little bit, rye will do better if it's shallow. In fact, if you plant rye more than 3/4 of an inch deep, you're losing yield potential. So this is a species specific kind of a answer.
Heather or Erin, anything to add to that?
As Klaas is saying, the outcomes would be similar to broadcasting any seed, which certainly we do for cover crop seed using different tools later in the season, such as a high boy, and oftentimes that dependent on a rain. But as Klaas said, that seed can work its way into the ground. We also have done some experimentation, coming in after those frost events, kind of a little bit after that ideal time for frost seeding, and it actually drilled through the legume into the rye stand, and that we haven't done a lot of replicated trials of that, but certainly have tried to play around with that too with success. So I think there are other ways to do this in warmer climates where frost seeding would not be an option and still get that benefit of having the legume in that canopy.
Go for it.
I don't really have anything to add, but I sort of feel like frost seeding's it's like yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right term to use, if it's not actually the frost that's bringing the seed down, but we also have seeded post frost, but really early and gotten a good stand as well. So
worth trying, Pacific Northwesterners.
of course, yeah.
What I've noticed with small seed like clover is the rain will wash it into small cracks or wash it into earthworm holes. And also, quite often these small seeds will come right in the row where they have cover from the small grain crop that's growing. This is if you get right on your hands and knees and look, we can learn some amazing things pertaining to what works.
You know, I was going to say, Klaas, to add to that, in the spring, even if frost has passed or, you know, the freeze thawing, the soil tends to be more mellow. You know, there are more cracks. It's, if you've had frost, you know, it's kind of frozen and thawed. And so when you put seed out there, there's places for it to kind of fall and go and make decent seed to soil contact, depending on the situation. But then, you know, of course, if you try to do that same type of seeding late in the season and it's been dry and maybe it's rained a lot, the ground tends to get harder, and isn't always as accepting, I would say, of just putting seed on the ground. So it just seems like that early spring seeding can be beneficial because of the friable soil conditions generally observed at that time.
So here's a comment more than a question, but I expect folks might have something to say about it. This is from Sarah. The long view planning with no-till is so important. It can be disheartening when you hit an obstacle or challenge and set yourself back with a short-term solution in the moment of a planting window. I bet that's relatable to folks.
We are, I know there's been a lot of discussion on the O-Grain listserv this week. It's been a very dry season so far, planting season in the upper Midwest, which has been unusual for us. I know the folks here from the Northeast have experienced that for the past several years, but we've had some wet springs for the past several years, and farmers have been asking with no-till soybeans, what should we do? Should we terminate? And replying to that on Monday, and not nearly feeling the same anxiety as a farmer would, but certainly feeling some degree of anxiety even with our own research, is my response was, I would definitely consider it at this point, given the conditions. And then, of course, that evening, it rained an inch and then rained an inch again, or rained again last night. So yeah, creating more models and strategies and plan Bs and plan Cs and plan Ds, and knowing when to make a call and when it might be a knee-jerk reaction, those are tough questions, but I think essential to make these systems a workable option for farmers.
Our farm has had more than our share of droughts. You know, people don't think about the Northeast being a dry area, but we certainly have been for the last 10 years. And we've noticed that when it's going to be dry and we crimp when it is very dry and we crimp the rye continues to use water. And I think it's very important to know that, for farmers to realize that this is just a fact of life. What we have had success with, we've tried lots of things, is if we had a very good establishment and did a good job with our cover crop so that there were no weeds started, you know, none of the ragweed or the early spring weeds. If we had our perennial weeds under control, we could actually harvest that rye. And I like to put winter peas in with my rye. I'm not using a single species anymore for crimping, but we can harvest that as a forage, leave a fairly long stubble. And I have had very little yield loss due to weeds, where we took that off and then no-tilled right into the stubble. And it looked a little ugly, but whenever we measured it side by side, we only lost about 4 bushels per acre of yield by not having that cover. Now that has to be qualified. You've got to have excellent weed control going into it for that to work. And that's just all the more reason to do a very good job with your cover crop ahead of planting no-till.
And sharing these experiences to make this work is also so essential, creating these communities of practice, to use some extension lingo, to be able to share these information and share how farmers are adapting and dealing with challenging situations so that we can find ways to move forward to create these more resilient systems is essential. It's definitely going to take a village to develop these systems and really these strong partnerships between researchers, outreach, extension, nonprofit, and of course the farmers that are implementing these systems.
I think another big factor with resilience is when we're coming into a severe drought, forages become very pricey. A lot of farmers paid over $400 a ton for hay last winter in this area. And I heard prices even higher than that. So if we could pull 2 to 3 tons of dry matter forage off the field and only lose a few bushels of soybeans, it's a great trade. We actually make a lot more money from those no-till soybeans after we took the forage off, even if we have a few weeds in them. But I think it really, the big thing with cutting it, and we may want to cut it and just leave it, but I think cutting those stems can make a big difference in whether or not the soybeans come. An observation I made that I think could help farmers who are, there's a nail biting situation that'll come up when it's really dry, and that's the soybeans will swell, they'll start to germinate, and then if it gets really dry, they'll stop. And they can lay there for 3 or 4 weeks, as long as there are no pathogens in them, in that state of suspended animation before it rains, and they'll still come up. And we were in that situation last year where we waited a whole month after we planted our no-till soybeans with the soybeans imbibed, having just started germinating and then totally running out of water as the rye pulled the water out of the system. And when it finally rained, they all came up. Would have been tempting to plow.
It's interesting. Yeah, I was just thinking, I feel like we have to have plan A and plan B and plan C, and that we almost, today we just have to be ready to deal with this unpredictability. And I think, and I'm seeing this over time too on farms where there's not as much rush to maybe terminate that cover crop and plow it under, as people start to realize, I mean, in our case right now, people terminated a while ago because the weather was so nice, but now those that didn't are using those cover crops to suck moisture out of the ground because it's so wet right now. And farmers now, I've watched them buy roller crimpers, and they don't plan to use it every year, but if they need to, they do. And I think it's like that level of adaptability that people are moving towards, that it's not always going to be the same way they did it last year anymore. Because this year, even though, farming's always like that, you never know what this year is going to be like. It seems like we have to be even more prepared for the the unbelievable. And I think, those tools, that mindset, all of that seems to be coming over time. At least I see that here, where, well, I always do it this way, doesn't become the answer anymore, or the challenge. It's, well, I like to do it that way, but if I have to, I'm going to do it this way. Or here's another option if it's just way too wet. So I see that happening a lot. And having no-till as an option, in a season where it's just really wet or just becomes really truncated, what a great option to have if you're prepared and can fit that into your system. Anyway. for whatever that's worth.
Let me add a few more variables from the chat in terms of what might be in systems. Has anyone had experience or worked with farmers that have incorporated grazing or agroforestry into no-till systems? Does anyone have anything to add on either of those additional agronomic concepts?
We have farmers that graze their cover crops and then go in and no-till plant into them. In a dairy system primarily, so it's not in a grain system. So we have farmers that plant fall seeded covers, triticale and peas and oats, and they'll often graze those in the fall. And then if it's not too wet, they'll regrow in the spring and they'll go back out and graze them again. And again, if it's not too kind of, I would say, like beat up, they will just go in and no-till seed sorghum, Sudan grass. And that works very well. And then same on the other end, where people are grazing that summer annual or harvesting it for hay. And then in the fall, they go in and no-till spring, winter grains. So yes. And it pretty successfully, I guess.
And I've heard of, I wish I could graze more of my fields. We're kind of spread out and have a lot of narrow strips so that we're limited what we can graze. But I've heard lots of farmers talk about throwing the seed out there and letting the cows stomp it in, which is another variation on frost seeding and just broadcasting it and letting the livestock traffic incorporate it.
Yeah, we had farmers that were really interested in trying to get tillage radishes into their pasture to help alleviate some of the, compaction from the cows grazing. And that's exactly what they did, Klaas. They kind of went out in their, I think it was August. And things are pretty slow anyway at that time with the perennial cool season pasture. So they grazed it off and went out and, just hand spread tillage radish after the cows had grazed. And during that time, we have longer rest periods for the pasture anyway. And, it was a decent catch. It was good enough for them, and it did exactly what they had hoped that it would do. And they grew into the fall and helped break up the compaction a little bit. It wasn't the best stand, but I think it was enough to accomplish what they were looking to accomplish.
There's another factor involved there, and that's some species really want high fertility and some species don't. So that when we're using one of these alternative methods or novel methods, like letting the cows graze the pasture right down tight and then tread the seed in, it's good to know, is our fertility level very high or low or medium, and tailor the crop that we're going to follow with to that. Because I've seen cases where putting in a brassica in a beat out back pasture where the fertility is extremely low is just a total failure. And the farmers concluded, well, no-tilling brassicas doesn't work. Well, it's not that no-tilling brassicas don't work, it's that brassicas don't grow unless they have plenty of groceries. Or if they picked a species that does well in low fertility, they would have had a very different result. So that's another case where the devil is in the details.
Here's a wonderful question that, Klaas, I know you'll have some thoughts on, from a wonderful baker. How can the consumer support farmers who are just starting to try reduced tillage? What should a non-farmer know about the cost and risks involved?
That's a tough one. The picture that comes to mind, and it's not exactly answering this question, but it's getting there. That's Dan Barber made a special meal once, and he used it as an education, as a teaching tool. and he called it rotation risotto. And what it was it was not really a risotto, but it kind of looked like it. But what he had in it was all of the different species that you need in a rotation cycle as a way to teach that. So I think a way that chefs can help us is to show how these different species relate to each other, how one prepares the way so that the next one does better. And especially with grains, there are certain species that really should or should not come before and after. So I think maybe the education tool would work there. Not to mention Dan's rotation risotto was delicious. And it encouraged people to have a more varied diet as a way to support the things that they wanted to eat, but also to explore and enjoy new things.
I was going to say something very similar, Klaas. I mean, when we see issues with the adoption of this technique across the landscape, I mean, certainly there's risk related to just about any farming practice. There's definitely risk related to farming, but bringing in diversity is an enormous tool to mitigate that risk. So I don't know if no-till or reduced tillage is by nature any riskier, but really we're just in terms of farm resilience overall and the success of adoption of these no-till practices, that long diverse rotation is absolutely essential. And to look at developing novel ways to utilize the rotation through different food products to bring that diversity into our diet as well as onto our land is essential to make these resilient systems work, be they organic or conventional. So to work with people along the grain chain to appreciate this diversity, to utilize that diversity, and to see the value of the diversity is really essential to make these systems work.
I guess I could share some specifics on, I'm thinking back to what Dan put in his meal. When we're growing the rye for the roll down, I mentioned that we like to put Austrian winter peas with them, but I also like to have some tillage radish at a very small level go in the fall when we seed it. And I found that some forage turnips do well in that mix, and actually diversifying the cover crop mix that we're going to crimp can have a benefit. And what we're finding when we do that, we're creating a microclimate that actually where the species help each other grow longer into the winter and help each other survive the winter. So that while a couple of those are winter killed, they'll grow a lot later because the rye and the winter peas, especially the rye though, creates an area like remake. And the radish will sometimes survive frosts that would have killed straight radish and grow for an extra month into the winter. And I can't help but think that that's got to help. But Dan likes to send people in the fall to come and pull out those tillage radishes and pull out the like forage rape or some of the forage turnips. And he uses all those in the restaurant, and they are some of the best salad greens there are. Not to mention Austrian winter peas are one of the best salad greens and the earliest salad green you can have in the spring. So you can have your no-till cover crop and eat it too.
That's great. Any last thoughts or comments anyone wants to throw in on this big topic that there's so much more to explore within? I get the last word. That can't be.
I guess one thing that I would stress is that there's it's not necessarily an all or nothing issue, and there's a lot of not only adaptive management but adaptive decision making too of when and how to implement tillage and how to bring these practices onto your farm, whether it's no-till phases or even adding in elements of reducing soil disturbance. And that can be other uses of cover crops where we still maybe have to go in and do some shallow tillage, some smart tillage before seeding a crop, but there may be other tools where we're able to cut out different cultivation passes and get diversity and living roots into the soil and foster a more diverse agro ecosystem. So I think having too much of a mindset of all or nothing is something that is limiting to bringing in the creativity of how to integrate these principles into what we're trying to do with our organic grain systems. I know farmers that are just doing amazing things with different crop sequencing and adding that strategic diversity to build their soil and to reduce risk by implementing tillage at specific times. So, certainly we're continuing to try to get to that phase where we can build a no-till system, but I think that there's other ways where organic grain farmers can be great soil stewards and work towards those goals without necessarily having that all or nothing mindset.
I'd like to challenge farmers to use their imaginations and to be creative, to try new things. Look for spots in the rotation when the soil is bare and see what can we put there in that to fill that slot. I think whenever the ground is covered, it's healthier, it's gaining, and we're capturing sunlight. And there are times when I think it would pay to just put an extra crop in, and no-till is a great way to do that. The frost seeding, broadcasting is really cheap, fast, doesn't require a lot of resources of time, but it gives us these openings. One example is we are growing yellow mustard after we harvest corn. So our corn is harvested so late that some years we can get rye or some kind of a cover crop on it, but a lot of years it's just so late you don't get much growth. But in March, we will go onto the corn stalks and broadcast yellow mustard. And it establishes really well. It can tolerate frost down to about 20 degrees. Actually, it can tolerate frost into the teens if you've got some corn stalks there that are kind of creating a microclimate next to the ground and protect it. And we're getting a nice growth out of that yellow mustard at a time when we otherwise would have nothing there, or hopefully some weeds growing. But that's just an example of filling a niche. And like I mentioned with our fall cover crops, we're able to put mixtures together. And I think those mixtures reduce weed pressure. It's so important for organic no-till to do a good job with perennials and to do a good job of not having weeds get started before we crimp. And I think one of the tools that we're maybe not using enough is in the diversity in addition to rye that we could have. Also, I've observed that henbit and chickweed come up in the fall in our soybeans, and they are just a really nice, they come up after almost any other crop, but they are really nice to have in our rye that's going to be crimped, because wherever there's henbit and chickweed along with the rye, there are virtually no other weeds. And come spring, they're all done growing before we start growing a crop. So they're actually providing the service, not only catching sunlight, feeding microbial biomass in the soil, but they're preventing something else from growing there that we may not want.
Thank you all for such a wonderful and rich discussion. Really appreciate your time and hope folks have enjoyed it. We are done for now, but everyone should stay tuned for the top of the hour for a conversation with Adrian Hale from Communal Table about the history of flour. Well, thank you all, and until next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Hi, Adrian. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
I've been watching the last sessions. It's so fun.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for putting this week together. It's been amazing.
We've been having some great speakers, and we're really excited to have you here with us today. So for everyone who's watching, I'm Lane from the Culinary Breeding Network, and
no, we were on yet.
We're on. And we have Adrian Hale with us today, who is in the same place that I am in Portland, Oregon. And Adrian is you're so many things, a journalist, a writer, a home baker, a huge whole grain advocate, local grains, whole grains, teach classes, really like empower people to bake with whole grains in their own homes. Guest lecturer at a lot of places. You've worked with our barley project and other projects. We'll give you breeding lines and cultivars, and you work with them in your kitchen where you are right now, which is a beautiful home kitchen where you teach some of these classes and, give us feedback, which is really appreciated. So, I mean, it's really wonderful because in all these projects, that's what we need in the end is someone to, individuals to be buying the flour and working with it at home. And you really explain very well to people, like why they should be using whole grains, why they should be buying local, what is the difference in quality, how this changes our food system, and how to successfully bake at home, which is not easy for a lot of us. So really appreciate everything that you've done.
I feel so seen. My kids call what you're discussing right now being a grain nerd. So
yes, so you're the grain nerd. And you also have started to make it easy for all of us in Portland, at least. You started the Whole Grain Bakers Guild. So getting flour in bulk, mostly from Camas Country Mill, I think, and maybe others.
Others, yeah, Lonesome Whistle. And I did that along with Annie Moss and Courtney Morenton. So yeah, that was great. We wanted more access for these flowers that, that I teach people about. We wanted greater access. So yeah. And on my website, 1000 Bites of Bread, I keep a map of where you can buy these flowers nationally. I'm one person. So if I'm missing something, anyone out there, let me know so I can get it on there.
Great. Well, very appreciative of that. And, I came to you because you have so much knowledge about this. And I said, could you, do a presentation about something like just interesting that we don't hear about a lot? And you're like, how about the history of flour? So, and you've done some travels and visited a lot of the places that you're going to talk about. And so talk about flour kind of from the beginning all the way up until now, different ways of milling, and just a really fantastic story. I'm really grateful that you're taking us on these travels with us, especially when we can't travel right now.
I know, right? Yeah, this is where I've delved into this year when I can't travel, but also before I was like going to mills, big and small, to try to understand this. So hopefully, this will give everybody an idea of our history of milling, but also like helps us understand wrestling with the questions that we wrestle with, because our ancestors also were wrestling with different questions and coming up with answers. Some of them we still live with today, for good and bad. So we can talk about that after, because I know we have some time, but yeah.
Great. Okay, so for everybody watching, we're going to turn off our video and audio right now. I was going to show the pre-recorded video, ask your questions, and we'll answer them when we get back.
Hey everyone, today we're going to be talking about the history of flour. We're going to take a little travel journey through time, and most of us bakers use flour all the time and know that it's a historic ingredient, but people don't usually realize quite how historic, and also just how it got from its earliest history to what we eat today. So let's talk about it. Here's a picture, this is before COVID, of I got to go with a friend who's a really talented cook to France to cook for a week, and we took this journey to the Pyrenees, which is a very windy part of the south of France. And they have this historic windmill. So we'll talk a little bit more about where that sits in the history later, but it's kind of a fun picture to start out with. But what is flour? Flour at its most basic is crushed grass seeds. Of course, we make flour from other things. We make flour from nuts and legumes, but for the most part, flour is made with crushed grass seeds, and most notably for many of us, it's the wheat seed. But we do, make obviously rye, barley, all kinds of different flours. So grasses are in the Poaceae family of plants. So the cereals are all grasses in the Poaceae family. There's a few pseudo-cereals, which we're not going to talk about, but the cereals are wheat, rice, corn, barley, oats, rye, sorghum, fonio, millet. There's so many amazing ones. And these are the, foods we know as staples. And this family also includes bamboo, and it includes grassland species like what you'd find on the plains, and it also includes our lawns. So it's a big grass seed. There's one, crush it all down, and everything gets, put in it together. All the micronutrients, all the macronutrients, crushed in stone. Going throughout time, we might have done it a little different, but that was the basics of it. Just crush that food source down and mix it with water and, and leavening, and the drill. So that's pretty different than what we eat today, as you know. So let's talk about today. Now we use something usually called a roller mill. And a roller mill, let's talk about it. So we know that our ancestors have been eating grasses for they were eating grasses 3.5 million years ago. So we determined that by high levels of carbon-13 in the bones of early hominins that we found. And we think that grass became a big part of the human diet when we came out of the trees. So I guess we lived up in trees more. And one of the theories I heard, I don't know if this is the only one, but we discovered fire, and that allowed us to come down from the trees. And it looks like we started eating a lot of grass. We don't know in what form. We just know from the carbon-13 in the bones that there was grass being eaten. This is Chad Lake in the middle of the African continent. So that's where they were determining this was happening, where we started to eat a lot of grass. Of course, we don't know. That was one place. Humans have thrived on many different kinds of diets, but it does show that we've had this long history with the grasses. So then the earliest record of crushed grass seed as a food source is 100,000 years ago. And this is further south in Africa, in Mozambique. Some researchers found a limestone cave. In that cave, they found this milling equipment, which you can see right here. These stones are equipment. They weren't sure what they were for, but then they eventually were able to determine that there was residue on the limestone, and it was sorghum, which is another grass seed from the Poaceae family. So we know that our ancestors at that point were crushing sorghum for some purpose. We believe it was to make, something like a flatbread, something that you would add water to, but we didn't actually find the pieces at that time. But they think that they were eating some form of, bread made with sorghum along with pigeon peas and wild oranges, which actually sounds really delicious to me. Even now, I love those little peas that people call pigeon peas. And of course, wild oranges, yum. So that was the earliest record of crushed, grass seeds. Now, we didn't find actual pieces of bread until 14,000 years ago. We discovered a site in Jordan. It was discovered not that long ago, actually, where it was in Jordan. They were able to reconstruct these ovens and also found actual pieces of bread. So these people were the Natufians. They were a very sophisticated hunter-gatherer group of people who would go back to the same stand of cereal grasses year after year, crush down these seeds and make bread. And these were the ovens that they made it in. And this bread was made from wild emmer, which is in the wheat family, wild barley, and sedge rush, which is some kind of river grass from nearby. And so that was, a big deal to find those actual pieces of bread. And there's been there have been other discoveries of humans eating grasses and cereal grains throughout time. Another place that we discovered, another person was discovered, Uzzi, who comes from the Italian Alps. So this would be 5,000 years later after this, after the Natufian bread, or actually maybe even a little bit longer, but he was discovered, so 3,300 BCE. He was discovered up in the Italian Alps, and they determined that he had been eating the contents of his stomach. They could do DNA analysis, and they determined that he had been eating einkorn flour, which is also in the wheat family, a diploid wheat in the wheat, but an early wheat, but he had been eating that as flour. They know that it wasn't the grain, but it had been crushed. So this was already during agricultural time. So by this point we had, started, whereas the Natufians, that was pre-agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers. By this time we were already in an agricultural time, but he himself, they think, was a shepherd. So he wasn't really staying in one place, but he was going from village to village, and he had recently eaten einkorn, ibex meat, and traces of ferns. So I love einkorn flour, but personally I would rather go with the wild orange diet of our ancestors, wild orange and sorghum. But you can choose your adventure. So these were all kind of, early examples of our history of eating wheat crushed in stone as flour. But let's fast forward to ancient Egypt. One thing we know. Okay, so here we are in ancient Egypt, and this is a relief sculpture of hieroglyphs. These are in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They're really fun to go and find these among the Egyptian exhibit, and look around at there's a whole bread section basically. But this is depicting a woman. And it usually was the woman's job in an Egyptian household to go get grains and bring it to this saddle quern, is what she's kneeling over, which is like a stone bedrock with another kind of stone. And she would just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until she crushed the grass seed that we had looked at earlier. And she would just crush that down. It would fall into the trough that's, sitting outside of the bedstone. And then she would, make bread. This is also when we believe that leavened bread started. Flatbread is much easier for nomadic people, but by this time they're agricultural. They have more time to let bread rise. Also, they're making a lot of beer, which has a lot of yeast. So there's that alchemy going on of grain and yeasts and all kinds of stuff. But we have a lot of records from ancient Egypt of their bread eating. So it's kind of fun because we can really start to put together, 90% of their diet was bread and beer. So they're eating a ton of grain, they're processing a lot of grain, and they're keeping a lot of records of what they're doing. And so what also happens during this time is like I was saying, it was the woman's job to do this crushing of the grain, making the bread. But if you were in a wealthier household, like if you were a pharaoh and had lots of means, you would, and you also were responsible for feeding a lot of people, you would start to put together something like a bakery. So I have this picture of, this is a bakery in the home of Ramses the Third, I believe. And it was during this time that we also started to see sifted flour. Now the reason is that we know from the archaeological records that Egyptians had really bad teeth. Like they think that they would just grind down so early in life because of it being such a sandy environment. So wealthier Egyptians who could set up these kind of bakeries and who had more means, what they could do is do this extra step with your flour, which is to sift it through cloth to get rid of the sand. Now, in the process of getting rid of sand, what ends up happening is when you crush down your grain, the bran layer, which is that outside layer, it tends to stay in bigger sheaths, and it's where many of the pigments are that color, the color pigments in the wheat. And so what ends up happening is that these households that are sifting their flour, they end up with a whiter, lighter flour. So they were doing it to get rid of sand, but in the process, they started this idea that if you had wealth, a luxury product was this white flour. So that's where that idea got started, and it really carried on into, we see remnants of this all throughout like Roman times and medieval Europe, and all around the world you're starting to see this idea spread that white bread, lighter bread is for the upper class, brown bread is for everyone else. Or you also see this in like celebration breads. You might, on your holidays, you might prepare this extra step of sifting and add your expensive ingredients of eggs and honey or whatever, but that was not an everyday bread. And so that's where that idea got started. It was to get sand out of the food supply. Okay, so as time goes on, we start to use new technologies. And one of those technologies is just millstones. So what happens is, when we're looking at how the Egyptian people are doing it, it's just like a flat rock with a stone that you're crushing. We start to use this system of grooved millstones that turn. So there's a bottom stone that the grooves are facing up, and it's called a bedstone. It stays fixed in place. And then the top one, the grooves are facing down, and that one turns. And we use different, means to turn it, and we'll look at those in a minute. But there's this hole where you can feed the grain into it, and it gets caught between the millstones and then crushed. So this is a new technology that, starts, I think, during Roman times, somewhere in there. But the cool thing about this is still a technology that we use today. So this is a lasting technology that has stuck with us through time. This is such a good system that we've kept it even today, which is great. And here we have an example of this system being used. So this is a picture that comes from a children's book about Pompeii. So this is roughly 79 AD, during Roman rule in Pompeii. But here in the middle of the picture, you see this system in place where it's a bedstone with, we can't see the grooves, but it's a bedstone with grooves, and then another stone on top of it. And here there are two slaves turning it around and around. And I love this picture because it really shows like everything was all in one place. Like everything happened in this little bakery room. You've got a bench where people are making bread right next to the oven, and you have some flour being stored, and then you have these two sets of mills. Only one of them is in use, and you've got slaves turning it and making the flour. This is also around the same time we would have started to use a lot of animal power for this task. We would like hook an ox or two up to a mill that was in this configuration and just use, gravity of the wheat going through that, pouring it through the top, and, a rotary system where, in this case, people or animals are turning those millstones to make the flour. Technology that we take advantage of is gears. Gears come, the earliest places that we're seeing gears are 4th century China. There's this chariot that has like a pointing dude on it, and the gears are to help it's called the south pointing chariot. So I guess he's always pointing south, and that was like a gearing system that was an early one that we know about. And then Antikythera, which is like an astronomical instrument, like something that measured astronomical events, also had a gearing system. This was in Greece. So these are really, early examples of gears. But, of course, this technology, we carry it. Eventually, we start using it in new places. It was often used for clocks and that kind of stuff in early history. But by the time we get to medieval Europe, we're using a lot of gears to power our mills. Excuse me. This is a water mill. So how this would work is that this mill is being turned, so all these little paddle things are being turned by this river that's flowing. So that would make this turn, which would create kinetic energy to make the gearing inside of this building turn. And so here's the gearing on the inside of the building, and that will make the millstone turn. So like I said, the millstone mechanisms at this point were staying pretty much the same as, the earliest ones, like, those ones back in Pompeii, but now we're using gears to turn it and water. And we also, we start to have some very, this is a Roman mill that was like, a factory basically. It's using an aqueduct system that's on a slope. Here's a picture of it. These are all water mills. So the water's going over these wheels. It's turning them all, and inside each of these buildings, and there's another set of buildings on the other side. Each of those have their own stone mill on the inside making flour. So this, was kind of like, you could think of it as the ConAgra of its time. And this is called the Barbagal mill, and it's located in France. It was a Roman mill. So another energy that we harness to power our mills, and using gears again, is windmills. Windmills originated in Iran in the 9th century. This is a part of Iran that's near Afghanistan. It's very windy in this part of the world. And in the 9th century, in this town, they built this series of what looks to me like turnstiles from the New York subway. So it's like a series, so the windmills are not, they're more, I don't know, they're vertical, and the wind would turn them, and that they would use that to make their flour. The other cool thing is that they used this wall of windmills to shield their town from the wind, so it kind of did double duty. And so that's where that originated, but windmills took off, and especially like southern France has a lot of them. You see a lot of them in France, and they're Dutch, have them. And here I have a picture of the windmill, but I wanted to show you right here a cross section of what's inside. So, this is the blade that would turn and turn, and then here's the gearing system, and that would basically make all these two mills just keep turning, which have the millstones that I showed you to grind the flour. So that's how they're making the flour. So everything, up to this point is showing you that flour is made by crushing seeds in stone. So we have, get squeezed through these three rollers, and he also decided to use steam to power it. So that was a big deal. It was called Hungarian high rolling, and it kind of took off. Even like supposedly the breads like the croissant and the baguette, they came from this Austrian baker who was like at this chic bakery in Paris, but he used this Hungarian flour. And you can look up this Hungarian high rolling, and even in America around the early 1900s, you can find flour that's advertised as Hungarian patent flour or something. It just became known. It took off. So this idea that you can put it through the roller mills goes to London, and actually there was a miller. It was a mill from the Twin Cities, Minneapolis. That was known as a milling city in America, and there was a big mill that burned to the ground, and the miller was like, I'm going to come back even better. And he got these, and that's what you're looking at here. These are the Washburn Crosby Company got these new machines, took his new flour to a milling competition, won a gold medal, and came back and changed the name of the mill to Gold Medal. So I'm sure you've all heard of that, still with us today. Another invention that changed flour a lot was called the middlings purifier. This also comes from the Washburn Crosby Company, Gold Medal. So what happens is, now that you have this technology, people are investing more and more into this series of basically crushing the grain and making it more and more refined. So what the roller mill allowed for was you could crush the grain, and it kind of would and then you can shake it up with this middlings purifier, and the fine white flour will, you blow air, and the fine white flour starts to become kind of sifted away from the bran and germ. So now you have a way of separating the parts. You're not just sifting it like the Egyptians were by particle size, you're actually separating the parts from each other. And that was because of the roller mill and the middlings purifier. And the Washburn Crosby Company actually contracted this person to create this machine, and they were going to keep it proprietary, but eventually other mills discovered, how to do this, like how to use air and centrifugal motion and all these things to start to separate the white part from the other parts. And this really hit on a lot of the values that people were going for during the Industrial Revolution. Number one, you're taking off the part that is the most volatile. I don't know if you remember, I told you that the germ makes flour go bad the quickest. So now you're taking that part off. So you really can make something that's shelf stable. And the other thing is that you're taking the white part and just milling that. And that is getting what is known as a luxury product to the middle class much easier. So that becomes, they start selling flour. Here you have a picture of the gold medal, a barrel of gold medal flour with this woman holding up bread. During this time, most of the bread, and this is in America, was still made by women at home or in, sometimes in bakeries in the Lower East Side of New York. But you start to have a lot of ad campaigns that are championing this, better flour for people to make their bread. It also kind of harkens back to that darker history of flour where you can hide stuff in it. But, they're kind of stepping into the place. There's no food regulators at this point. So they're kind of these, wealthy industrialists who are making flour like Gold Medal and Pillsbury. They're kind of stepping into this place of food safety. They start to say we're guaranteeing that this is really, 100% wheat flour. What also happens around this time is that people do start to get sick, people who rely heavily on flour. And the reason why is because even though you have a food that could sustain ancient Egyptians for 90% of their diet, now we're starting to take off the micronutrients. We're taking off the bran and germ where the micronutrients are. So we start to see some problems in the food supply. So we'll talk about that in a few minutes. This is a photo of the Washburn-Crosby Company in the 1800s on the left, and on the right it is now General Mills, but it's, that's who they are today. And this picture is a flow chart of all the things we started with the roller mill and the middlings purifier. We now have all these different steps. I believe now in a modern mill, most grains go through 24, steps, processes of roller breaks and, refinement to get to the final product. You can reach out to me and I can send this to you if you really want to look at, go through it slowly, but basically, it comes in on the barge and they use magnets to pull impurities out of it. And they do, lots of testing. It's thank goodness, because we don't want diseases and stuff in our wheat supply. And, then they hydrate it and then it goes through a series of roller breaks and things get added to it. As far as things getting added to it, let's talk about it. So, whereas these roller mills started to just mill the white part, maybe put some of the other stuff, back in, but most of the time they were just, doing the white, the endosperm, the white part. And also, as I was saying, people started to get sick, and it was sick with diseases of omission. And so what happens is, I also had told you that they were saying, we guarantee this is wheat. They were kind of the food safety, right? So doctors and nutritionists start saying, you know what, people are getting sick. We need to get some vitamins back into that food supply. And there was an outcry of other people saying, no, you guarantee it's only wheat. You can't put stuff in. So they started to do this push for enrichment. Enrichment was, as you can see here, they're saying, these nutrients are good. It's vitamins and minerals that were in flour, were in wheat anyway. It's good that we're putting it back in. And there's kind of a fight back and forth. Well, what happens is the U.S. Army in 1942 says, okay, we're going to lead the charge. We are going to buy flour that is only enriched. And it was actually a very successful public health measure. So, you know, whereas we're stripping the wheat of its nutrients, now, like, let's say that's like $1 worth of nutrients. Now we're putting back in 25 cents. And it is a very successful public health measure. So that is the story of flour from the earliest days to 1942. Really, flour that you find in the grocery store hasn't changed that much from this time. But luckily, we can still get stone ground flour today. So that, you know, that is the story of how flour became what it is, on the shelves of our grocery store, and that is a kind of flour. But we can also go back to something that's just more like crushing the seed, that's very similar, uses those same millstones that I showed you earlier. Now we push a button, but basically crushing the whole thing together. And so we have a lot of those options here in Oregon and also around the whole country. So I'm sure we can talk about that today. I look forward to answering everybody's questions and talking and learning more from you. All right.
Thank you, Adrienne. That was fascinating.
I feel bad because that was one of my practice runs. Somehow there was some weird breaks in there that hopefully it was clear enough. But yeah, so if there's any questions, but I also have an updated deck if anybody wants me to send it.
Deck meaning?
Like I have that slideshow without weird audio breaks in it. So.
Okay, great. Yeah, there was a couple of like weird parts, but it was like no big deal. I thought that the content was really fantastic.
It's so fascinating and so fun. And I can't see any of the chat. Can you? Because
yeah. So there's just one question there that I was going to ask. And then I had some things to ask about you too. And it was about the middlings purifier.
Yeah.
So they said, were there impurities like mouse droppings or non-wheat seeds to take out after the grinding?
Oh, that's a good question. And I don't know the answer to that. Okay. I don't know. The middlings purifier was basically something that roller milling changed the way that the seeds were crushed. Mm-hmm. It kind of like breaks up the endosperm into a fine powder and keeps the bran even more in sheaths and cracks off the germ with it. So it was really the first point that we know of in history that you have these two piles now, endosperm and everything else, and how it gets separated early on was they would put it in that middlings purifier and shake it up. Mm-hmm. And even though the endosperm was a fine powder, it was heavier. So it would fall to the bottom, mm-hmm. and the rest of the lighter stuff would come up to the top, the bran and the germ. So it would kind of like, they would shake it and it would come up to the top. And early on, they would have a staff come and just skim it off, kind of like cream. Yeah. It's the start of that separating of parts rather than particle size. But as far as like mouse droppings, and I mean, that's always been an issue ever since we started storing grain. So I'm sure that.
Yeah. And it's also like, so you have, sifting out the sand in Egypt a long time ago. And then this is like the first like evidence of like this sifting. Like, I guess this idea that people have that like white bread is better.
Yeah.
It occurred there back then, that it was for the elite and the wealthy. And then it kind of subsided, I guess, or something, until then we start seeing it during the Industrial Revolution.
Well, it actually didn't subside. That really did stick with us. It was like the idea stuck that wealthy people could afford this finer flour. Even, excuse me, there are even points in medieval history where Klaas started to become like, you see like, oh, it's healthier Like people who are of the upper class have more delicate systems, and people who are of the lower class have a different system. You know, I mean, we still see this today in class stuff, but it really didn't change until roller milling started. And at that point, they could get white flour out to the middle class so easily. Excuse me. And that started to change it. You know, and now we're in this moment where we're almost the opposite, right? White flour is for the lower class, or you know what I'm saying? Like for the everyday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting how that goes away. Yes. So someone said, what are your thoughts about the newer milling tech of the unfined whole milling, which is much finer flour made in Oregon and smaller mills using it today?
What's my opinion of it? I mean,
my thoughts.
My thoughts. Well, I love, okay, so a few things like whole grain flour. Like we talk about whole grain flour, and it's of course shifting in the landscape of where we eat, but whole grain flour really should be what goes into a mill comes out. That's whole grain, or 100% extracted, right? What they were doing in Egypt by sifting it, and I don't know how much time we have, but I actually have flour that I milled that I could put through a kitchen sieve, and you can see like about 80% would go through, and 20% would be left, and it would be like browner. So you can kind of see what the Egyptians were looking at. That would be called 80% extracted. So that's kind of what a lot of stone mills around the country, you know, Jennifer Lapidus at Carolina Ground, and in Maine Grains, and Camas Country, and Nan Kohler, my favorite. She actually just does 100% extracted, which I appreciate that she's taking that stand. But these other extracted flours, I like those flours because you're still getting small pieces of bran and germ, and you know. Now, some people have different goals, right? Some people want to bake with something that doesn't have a lot of that bran in it, and that's their choice. My goal is just to teach people what you're eating. You know, if you are eating because you're trying to make the healthiest choice, yes, those would be healthier. The healthiest is, in my opinion, 100% extracted. But in a varied diet, you know, we can do all kinds of things. Another thing is like, you know, the idea of enrichment. I'm really trying to get across that they did that for a reason. So,
this was my next question, actually, is about the enrichment. And it's like the levels in which they enrich of these four, you know, thiamine, niacin, calcium, and iron. Are they enriching at the same level, which is like kind of the average amount that would also already be in the germ and the bran, or is it more or less?
There's actually a chart that's who's the baker at in Edison? He's Scott Mangold. He has a chart that shows like the nutrient amounts before like whole grain and then sifted. And I think all of the nutrients are higher in like a whole grain flour, except for iron.
Okay.
But they are like mandated amounts that they're putting in, and they don't put everything back in. They don't put any of the fat soluble vitamins, partially, I think, because it would make it not shelf stable. And of course, they don't put fiber back in. But that said, they are really successful at doing what they set out to do. I mean, a case in point is like in the 80s, they decided to add the folic acid. And that was because there was a large population that lived on a lot of refined flour products that were getting cleft palates and spina bifida. So, you know, there was this public health fight back and forth of like, should we add the folic acid? And, you know, what's in flour is not folic acid, it's folate.
Okay.
So there was a fight back and forth too, because folic acid can cause make some cancers worse in older population. Anyway, you see what I'm saying? Like public health is usually a trade-off, but it was very successful in terms of like that population not being born with problems. So, Yeah.
Yeah, this is it's frustrating because our common friend Lola Milholland that has the Umi noodles, you know, she uses whole grain wheat and some barley flour, and she's got this fantastic product, and she was working on getting it into schools in Oregon. I know at least the Portland public school system, and there's, you know, they have to have enriched flour, and she just, I don't know what happened. I mean, she got it into the schools in the end, but she's like, but I don't have enriched flour because I actually use this and it's actually more nutritious. And I mean, somehow she got it in, but I don't know if what had to happen, but they just couldn't get past that. They're like, no, it has to be enriched.
I know it's hard because, well, this is why I bring up the fact that we didn't have a safety oversight at one point was a problem. You know what I mean? Like the fact that people could like put ash or chalk or any, you know, what that was like a place. So, and that's why those like wealthy industrialists were like, we guarantee this is wheat, because that was what people needed at that point. And now our trade-off is like, yeah, like we have all these rules about enrichment in certain settings, but you know, we need more scientists doing that research, showing that if you're using a whole grain flour, it might be even more nutritious. We just don't, in some places we don't know.
Yeah.
And the other thing I want to bring up is that I've only seen one person, Mai Nguyen, like really delve into this topic, and I think it's fascinating and should be looked at more, is like the vitamins that we put in are made of ingredients that aren't necessarily like that healthy to begin with. And I'm not like bad mouthing the nutrients. I'm just saying that, yeah, what Lola's making is food, and what we're putting in is like food, but maybe not as well, it's definitely not as whole, you know, but yeah, so it's a lot of trade-offs. I love to discuss it. It's so fascinating to me, but different people have different goals, right? The school system is feeding a lot of people with different needs. And so
I wonder, I was wondering, because I was thinking when you were showing the millstones, and I was thinking about Filippo Drago, who's in Sicily, who has like gone out and like preserved and found these old millstones and is like using them in modern mills, which might not be the most, you know, efficient thing to do, but it is a very interesting thing to do. And then just thinking also just about all this history, and for people watching, if they were interested in seeing either like a museum or historic mills or anything, are there places that they can, a website or something they can go to find out where some of those are, maybe around our areas? Is there not one that's not too far from us in Washington?
Yeah, it's a hydraulic water mill. So it's not, the mills, I'm not sure about the millstones. One thing that didn't make it into my practice slide deck that I do want to like point out, the millstone, which, you know, was a very early technology that we still use today with the grooved. We think, you know, and history's kind of weird because of course we know more about what was written down, and this is not something that's definite, but we think that that came from India to Rome, like trickled from India to Rome. So I wanted to point that out because they still use something called a chaki, you know, to make atta flour. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing any of that. I've only seen those in writing, so anybody's welcome to like let me know. But it is the same idea, but it's like a home use thing. It's like a millstone on the bottom, and it has these grooves. So we think that that is actually what came first.
Okay.
But as far as seeing stuff today, I mean, even in the US, there were 24,000 mills in 1890. So there's definitely remnants of mills everywhere. But I don't know of anywhere that like gathers, you know, where to go. But hopefully some of the stuff that I talked about, like Barbagal, you know, you can still see the aqueducts. I want to make it there. You know, I actually did an Airbnb experience with somebody that wasn't even about flour in Croatia not long ago. And he's like, oh yeah, we have a mill in our town over here on the river, you know, so they're really common. Like once you start looking, you'll find some.
Yeah, and I mean, you've already showed us like a lot of examples all over the world. Like you've talked about South Africa and Asia and Egypt and Italy and Iran and all these places in your presentation. I mean, I like how you just said like it's crushed grass seed, which is pretty predominant all over the world, and so it's fantastic. It's always just shocking to me how much we can know about things that happened millions of years ago.
Right. Yeah.
So all of that evidence that you showed us is really fascinating, from the remnants of someone's stomach.
So if you go home with nothing else today from this talk, just talk to your paleo friends about that there were some people.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yes.
That there were some people in some parts of the world that did eat grass seeds.
Yes. Well, I mean, this was really amazing. I mean, we're getting close to the end of time. If you want to suggest, say anything else, but.
Well, one thing I will say, just if anybody, this is a shameless plug, but it's mostly because I really want to educate people about this. Like, this is a very grain savvy crew, but I really also want to teach this to the everyday person who doesn't know that much about this. And I do have a flower hour on Airbnb experiences. Okay. I keep it really cheap just because I want it's more about getting the information out there. So, let people know if they're curious. Like if you're a baker who wants to let your people know that you're selling bread to, why you make the choices you do with flour or whatever, there's so many good books. I think Amy Halloran's book, The New Bread Basket, is great. Just also keep in touch. I'm 1000 Bites of Bread at Gmail or 1000 Bites of Bread on Instagram. And I love to nerd out about flour. So
thank you. Well, I appreciate you nerding out with us and sharing all this. It's totally fascinating. And then someone does say that the TIMS, the International, I'm going to butcher this, Molinological Society is a great resource and organization for mill technology and studies. It's worth joining.
Oh, cool. Well, I love being in this crowd to learn new things from all of you. So I'm going to go back and watch this later and I'll write that down. Thank you. I can't see the chat. So whoever put that resource out there, tell them thank you.
David Keisel. Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much. This is fantastic, and it will be recorded and up there, so we can also, share it with people that in the future and let them like geek out and learn a lot about the history of flour.
All right. Well, so good to see you, Lane.
Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, I'll be back at the top of the hour, guys.
Bye.
Hi, Andrew. How are you?
All right, how are you?
Great. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah. Hold on, we're going to talk in a second. I'm just going to read your little bio from online so that people know who you are. And I felt like it captured it best. So you're at the University of Colorado in Boulder, Colorado, professor and associate dean of graduate programs and research. And your research emphasizes the relevance of critical social and political theory in explaining issues of media and citizenship, media policy at national and transnational levels, and uses of media for social movement activism. Awesome. We're going to talk about what that means in a second, but I feel really lucky that I met you on Instagram. So for everyone here, this is how we met. When I thought that Andrew, you were purchasing one of those Tati Stampa prints that featured grains, wheat in the back of a little Ape truck. And I thought you were this guy named Andrew who has a pizza place in Seattle, and that like Andrew Calabrese was just like your pizza guy name. And got you mixed up. I didn't order your print because I had ordered him a different one anyway. And then we started talking, and then it's just kind of incredible because it's, led to a lot of things, including this. And I guess I'm wondering, like, how did you even get involved in grains? And we're going to talk today about Grain Changers, your documentary that you're working on. You're going to show us, we're going to look at what you've already put together and talk about what's going to happen in the future. But like, how did you even get involved in this?
Well, I grew up in an Italian family, Italian neighborhood in Trenton, New Jersey. And we had 3 small bakeries within a 5 to 10 minute walk of my house. And I had fresh, crusty bread every day. But I didn't realize until recently, the past, I don't know, until my adulthood, I guess, because I started to get into baking when I was in my 20s. But I didn't realize how much more flavor there is to be had with sourdough baking, and with better quality flour than probably was being used by even these nice Italian bakeries that I went to. And I have been into baking since I was in college, and I remember my first loaf of bread was awful. I tried baking whole wheat bread, 100% whole wheat bread, and I swear it must have been about 3 inches high in a loaf pan, and I think I could have killed somebody if I hit him with it. But it was always something that I liked doing, and I just kept experimenting, kept pushing and trying. And I got lucky here in my town here in Louisville, Colorado. I had the good fortune to meet a lot of people who are beginning to become active as grain geeks, and that connected me with Nana Meyer. I don't know if you know who Nana Meyer is at University of Colorado in Colorado Springs, and her grain school. And I don't know if she's managed to find time to attend any of Grains Week, but I know she knows about it. And I'm working with Nana right now on a grant that she has from the USDA to do some marketing, working on marketing and communication, including some video production. So I started to want to use, I majored in film as an undergraduate. I started to want to use my filmmaking skills, which had gotten very rusty because it's not what I do as my primary academic work any longer. And thought, what better opportunity than to focus on grain. because I had become so interested in it, and I had been learning about all these people who were doing it. So yeah.
You started working on it on your own. Now you're working also with her on another project with this.
Yeah. I was working on the film and actually got a chance to go down and interview her, and so she's in the film, and she was interested in what I was doing and wanted some of that kind of contribution to her work, and so it's worked out really well. She's fantastic. She's just got incredible knowledge and incredible energy. So she has gotten me excited about. Now, not only she, also some others who I've gotten to know who formed what we call the Colorado grain chain. I don't know if you know. Oh well, I should show you this. Colorado grain chain. We have our own T-shirts, but there's a slogan at the bottom there. Community, not commodity. So I'm a founding board member of the Colorado grain chain. I don't know if I've told you that, but yeah, it's been fun being involved, getting to know all these different people, maltsters and farmers and millers and bakers and chefs, and consumers who are really knowledgeable and passionate about incorporating grain into their lives.
So when did you start working on this we'll watch it in a few minutes, but when did you start working on it?
About 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Okay.
Yeah, that's when I started, but COVID has really sort of set us back. So I've been doing a little bit of crawling along, but I'm also as an academic administrator, spending so much of my time over the past year. I was spending so much of my time just dealing with crisis management, just ongoing crisis management. So that's been like a big focus of my work, my day job.
I know. Well, I mean, I've seen it in all of these like online kind of conferences, kind of like what we're doing right now. I've seen that you're that how long is it right now? 11 minutes?
14.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, like that piece that we're going to watch here in just a minute is like, that's been making the rounds. Like it's been getting out a lot, I feel like, and people are getting to know about it. And like, what is it? What do you see it being like? You're saying
ultimately
it's a documentary, like what's going to be the audience at the end and where's it going to be shown and all that?
Yeah. So, I'm undecided about whether I'm gonna aim for a 55-minute time. That is my goal for September, is to have something between 50 and 75 minutes. And the reason for 55 is I'd like to try and get it on PBS, and I think that wouldn't be too difficult to do on the independent. The series they have that shows independent documentaries. So I shouldn't say it wouldn't be that difficult, but that's my hope, is to show it there. And I'm pretty confident I can show it on the Colorado Public Television station. We have two actually in Denver. So I'd like to do that, but I'd also like to enter it in a bunch of festivals. And hopefully, as a result of that, maybe I'm not looking to make any money from it. That was never even remotely a motivation. But I am looking to share it with people, and so that's what I've been doing. But I like to share it with more than people who are on the sort of producer side, and more consumers, and the way to do that would be to have it go for some kind of streaming distribution, but we'll see. If it went on PBS, that'd be great, and if I got to show it on some streaming service, I'd enjoy that as well.
Well, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch it. It's supposed to be happy hour, so I'm gonna get a glass of wine.
Okay. I should do
So,
that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's 14 minutes. Abba will show it. We're gonna turn off our videos, and then people can make comments if they like, and then we can come back on and talk a little bit more about it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
See you here in 14 minutes.
Okay.
I think that building local food systems is culturally important because it connects us more deeply to place and to our wider community. And I think that ecologically building local food systems makes our food system more resilient and more adaptive, and helps us step away from the commodity food system.
We had a transition in dining services at the University of Colorado Springs, and we were looking for a lot more regional and local food. And that started in 2014. And we realized that we didn't have a lot of Colorado, grains, the ones that we wanted. We wanted to get the ancient wheats. And we saw that they were not available, but they used to be grown here, at least the heritage grains.
I don't often use the word activist to describe myself, but I feel like I care deeply about my food and where my food comes from and who's growing it and the planet. What have I got? All my bowls are in use. Singing the praises of flavor and nutrition, as well as the benefits of building a local grain economy, which includes the bakers, the chefs, the consumers, and the farmers.
Our main mission at the Bread Lab is to really keep value where it's produced within an agricultural community. And in doing that, we also strive to help farmers produce food that's nutritious and flavorful as it's used throughout the system for millers, maltsters, bakers, and on within a system. But really, wheat is a classic example of how the value can be lost within a community. If it's just grown as wheat and then basically taken away and comes back as flour or some other food product, our mission is to keep that within the community.
I came at baking sideways. I guess I had been farming in this region for 3 years. And so I'd met a lot of bakers and I knew that they were really great. And so when I decided I was not going to be a farmer, I was trying to think of another way to be part of the local food system and working with my hands and also intellectually engaged in my work. And so I thought, oh, I could be a baker. It can't be any harder than farming. And so I decided to become a baker.
It's really microbiology at work. In other words, you're inserting bacteria into the soil to give the soil fertility. And so it made sense to me. And I started spraying on biodynamic preps that I made myself from originally stolen buffalo patties. We would drive to a ranch down by Scott City where they had buffalo, and we'd sneak out there under the fence and grab those buffalo patties and bring them home and make fertilizer. The buffalo are the originators of soil fertility in the plains. It's not from cows or llamas or ostriches or sheep. It's from buffalo. So there's probably a different kind of bacteria in the buffalo digestive system that is the flora and fauna of the microbiology of the plain soils.
Our first customer was Moxie Bread Co. in Colorado, a new bakery. He was using our wheat as kind of the first maybe local-ish source for grain.
Tell me about Louisville, because I'm just driving in across the train tracks there. It doesn't seem immediately like a place for a kind of, maybe it's not a high-end pastry shop, bakery, but it doesn't seem immediately like the kind of place that would support the kind of place you've been thinking of.
So Louisville is a very interesting town with a lot of heart and a lot of kind of hometown loyalty, and it's a lot like a Norman Rockwell painting from 70 years ago of a small town American scene where there's an old guy reading a newspaper on a park bench and a little kid going by on a scooter. By the time I made it to opening Moxie Bread Co. 3 years ago, I knew that I wanted fresh ground, fresh milled, in-house heirloom grain to be a part of our breads and our pastries. Yeah, at a certain point, I became very obsessed with where the wheat seed came from, who grew it, and what happens in the time that it got to me. And when that started to happen, I just started working directly with farmers to get the wheat seeds that I want to use and feed people.
As an educator already and mentor, I hold a big stake. It's the purpose of my life, right? When I wake up in the morning, to educate everyone and link up this chain so that we have access. Perhaps the grain movement has been so inspiring for so many people because it doesn't work without collaboration. It only works with coming together.
think an important part of what drives us here is that we don't forget accessibility and affordability. So we don't work in niche or boutique situations. And it's simple as breeders. One way to circumvent that is to produce high yielding crops.
And so heritage and heirloom would be many of those grains that have changed over the years, been brought to this country, used here, grown here, and would predate modern varieties.
The Maine Grain Alliance is an organization that exists to help build the regional grain economy in the Northeast of the United States. We're a group of millers and maltsters, farmers, brewers, seed researchers, land conservationists, and in general, folks who are very interested in seeing local grains have a resurgence. We're interested in being able to look at, from seed to table, the process that grain goes through and capture as much of the value chain as we can here in a way that serves the people of our region. So what that might mean is that grain that's grown in Maine, for example, might also be cleaned in Maine, stored in Maine, milled, stone ground, milled in Maine, and then sold to bakeries that are also in Maine. People are kind of gathered around this ancient symbol of community, and it has a history in our state. Why not try to reinvigorate that history through some important work?
Hopefully, grain chains are viable here at the Front Range. I like to see some European models. There's 1 mill, 60 farmers, 40 bakers.
Part of me thinks it's not necessarily about a baguette or a recipe, and that it's really about the experience, because what we've created here is an experience, and I'm very passionate about bread, but I've realized in my 3 years of being at Moxie that I'm more passionate about community.
This is a newsletter from last May, and I titled it Bakery Dreaming. On long days in the commissary kitchen, I daydream about my bakery. The bakery will fill with voices as the benches of the long battered wood tables in front fill with customers sitting down together over coffee and pastries, as the regulars stand chatting in line, catching up on neighborhood gossip, as we stand together over the mixer, talking about yesterday's dough and troubleshooting the new batch of flour. But in the early morning, I work in silence. The sun is just lightening the sky when I pull the first bread out of the oven. It's so quiet in the bakery, I can hear the crust sing.
That was great, Andrew. I've watched it quite a few times at this point.
I got a beer.
Oh, good. Oh, I can't see you.
Oh, you can't?
Got some wine, some lacuna.
There we go.
Okay. Cheers. Chin chin.
This is a rye beer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a Saison. I'm curious to know what you would, I'm happy to talk about my film. There aren't a lot of people here, so I'm curious to know what the hot themes of Grains Week are.
Oh man, there's been a lot. This has been everything from like research updates that are like, part of our research projects that we have to like, give out to people that are like heavily involved to, like, I don't know if you were able, I don't think you were probably because you just got out of a meeting when you texted earlier.
I did get into a little bit. I saw Andrew Ross a little bit and a couple of other people. He's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah. He's great. And then Adrian just did, yes, he's so fantastic at explaining really complicated things in a really interesting and accessible way.
Yeah.
Adrian talked a lot about the history of flour, which was really cool. We've had a lot of great conversations about racial equity that Abba, who is our tech support person, has really pushed that. And I really appreciated her doing that. We've had Black beer brewers grouped together, and we had some folks that talked about corn yesterday. Let's see, it sounds like we've had over 600 views each day so far afterwards. So that's the thing too, is just because a lot of people aren't on right now, they like what we're seeing is a lot of people afterward watching.
People look when it's convenient.
Yeah, because it's like can't stay on all day long, and it's like in the middle of the day and everything. So we are getting a lot of success of people coming on later. And
that's great.
But I guess I did want to talk, we can talk about some other things too, like, but I do want to talk about this documentary and like where, I mean, it's 14 minutes. You said you want to make it 55. That's a lot of minutes left. Yeah. And I guess I wonder where you're going, if you're filming anymore. And to say that I mean, there's so many different ways that, I mean, I don't envy your job because there's so many different ways to frame it. The editing is so challenging. Like it's the most challenging part of the job. I know this. And, putting it all together in a plate that way that's going to be capture like attention of the viewers. But I feel like I really like this vibe that you have that is like cooperation, community, collaboration, not corporation or come on, all these C's. It feels really nice like that, like down homey and like accessible because, and Steve says in it when you're with him in Washington, he does say something like it's not boutique-y, because I think that is something that we all struggle with when we are focused more on slowing things down, doing things really like the way that we should be going back to simpler, whole foods, healthier way of living. But sometimes that means it costs more than this commodity world, and it can be always misconstrued that it's like, oh, this is elitist, this is just for the 1% or something. And it's like, this is just taking things back down to very, the simple act of just eating good food, and I feel like it really has that, and it makes it really accessible to people because you're not showing like, oh, look at this fantastic whole grain, fantastic flours that are then being used in a super high-end restaurant, which also is fantastic. I'm very grateful that they're doing that. But it sometimes keeps people from feeling that it's for them, and it's like, this is for everyone. And so you really do present it in that way that I do really appreciate.
Yeah, well, if I had to say what my most, I've done a lot of work on localism related to media. And it's amazing how there are significant parallels between both the ideals of localism and the impediments to localism in the media sphere and the agriculture sphere, agriculture and food, because there's just been so much ownership concentration and centralization of control over media flows and food flows. So that even when people start small and local with a food company, it seems like the inevitable goal is to get bought by a mega corporation, a conglomerate. so that they can cash out. Not that that was necessarily what they wanted to do in the first place. I mean, they may have had very good idealism, but they end up getting sidelined at whatever local sentiments motivated them, and community, and making sure that people are getting fair wages and stuff like that seems to go to the wayside. And I don't know that the grain movement is going to be a lot different, but I have hope. I think that one of the things that's really been appealing to me about the grain movement is it's kind of like a new frontier of localism, because people had been focused so much on, you know, where you got your bell pepper and where you got your squash and tomatoes, but nobody was talking about grain. And so this is something fairly new. I mean, not brand new. It's been going on for more than a decade, where people have been really conscious about the formation of regional and local grain economies, like with Green Market and Maine Grains, and stuff that's happening in various parts of the country, in California, Arizona. And I wish I could document all of that. We did go to Maine. We went and interviewed Amber Lamke, who's the, I guess, CEO of Maine Grains, and one of the founders of the Maine Grain Alliance. And we interviewed Tristan Noyes there. And so he's in the film, and there's an interview that we've done with Amber that's fantastic. And we just didn't include it in this small piece, but it will be in there. I think she's just amazing. But that's the thing that I think is really exciting to me, is that focus on building community, not just with producers, but between producers and consumers. But the relationships among producers can't be, you can't stress enough the value of that. I'm seeing that with my involvement with the Colorado grain chain, just how important every new relationship is with a baker, a brewer, a maltster, a distiller, and how they want to be connected to the local community. So there's this pretty intense desire among producers to want to connect with other local producers, and it has a lot of that same vibe that was being stressed about 20 years ago by the tech industries. You know, this kind of, what was the term that they used to refer to it? All these people who were studying these tech hubs that were forming around the US and in other countries. I can't remember the name of it, but that's happening with grain now. So that's a really exciting thing. And part of that is the stress on community, but the other part is the stress on artisanship. You know, the craft skills that are involved in every step in farming these grains. It's a different experience. I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but it's something that's there's a big difference between a farmer who gets to decide what seed they're going to grow and how they're going to grow it, versus a farmer who's told this is what you're going to grow. You know, you're basically a vassal. You may think you own this land, but you're growing what we want, and you know, you're just there as a sort of part of a conveyor belt. I don't think that, you know, the farmer that we interview, Demetria and her father Bryce Stevens in the film, they're in Kansas and they grow turkey red wheat. You know, they have, I don't want to say total, but that they have a lot more control over what they're going to grow and how they're going to grow it. And that's I think something that I'm seeing locally here in along the Front Range in Colorado, is farmers who are really excited about growing varieties that, you know, there may be a bit unwarranted obsession with heritage grains that I think after interviewing Steve Jones and learning a lot more about all of the really important work being done with breeding to adapt for changing climate conditions and various soil conditions, that, you know, there's just such incredible high quality, great flavor grains that are not, you know, one that was brought over on a boat some, you know, 100 years ago. But that's an interesting and fun story to tell too, I think. I don't think there needs to be some sort of antagonism between the people who are advocates for heritage grains and the people who are have their eyes open and see that we need to be adapting and breeding to adapt for the changes that are happening in climate, soil, and taking account of various geographic specificities.
I mean, when you get into it, it's overwhelming the directions you can go, you know, like you're talking about that. Of course, I think about plant breeding all the time. And yesterday morning we had Salvatore Ciccarelli, who's he's from Italy, and he worked in Syria for 30 years with farmers in Syria that were doing evolutionary plant breeding and working with evolutionary populations and working with participatory plant breeding, where the farmers are actively doing all the breeding for really harsh, like very dry environments. And so like that being a really big, you know, reason why we need to continue to adapt, because as our climate changes and we, you know, so not being stuck in this one variety or moment, but continuing to let things like evolve, because we need different things now. But I mean, there's so many things that that we have to communicate. It often feels very overwhelming. Like, what is the thing that we're going to communicate when we have, like, you have 55 minutes?
Yeah.
And like, what is the takeaway? Because knowing, like, a lot of people turn it on and don't have this background. You know, it's challenging, but yeah.
Well, for me, I don't know how to put this. It really is important for me, that I want to seduce people into caring about the subject.
Yeah.
If I had any, I have no higher goal than that. That is probably my highest goal, is to care about the flavor and to care about the connection to producers. And I know that that's something that's very idealistic, but I think that one film doesn't do it, and that's not I'm not deluded into thinking that one film or, you know, even a lot of films can do it. But I do see a lot of desire among people to want to know more about their food and where it comes from.
Oh yeah.
And so that to me is central to the story that I'm trying to tell.
Yeah.
Is to try and get people to care, because if you get people to care, then that's how the population of interested people grows. So
I mean, I always tell people, I'm like, I don't know, we're in like some particular moment in time, because, you know, like I studied agriculture and from a farm and all this, and like most of my life until really in the last, whatever, 10 or 15 years, anytime you start talking about it, like say like a dinner party, someone's like trying to change the subject. They're like, whoa, we don't want to talk about that. You know, like growing food. But right now people are really interested in it. I mean, there's books and documentaries. Everyone's like, hey, did you watch this thing? I'm like, no, I didn't watch it. And I'm like, you guys know more than I do now. But it's, you know, it really is a moment where, and it's like, how long will it last? I don't know. We want to think that it's going to last a really long time, but maybe it doesn't. So it's like, this is the time to try to engage in these conversations and make the documentary to try to get people in, because it's, I mean, exactly what you said before you even said it. I was thinking, I was like, well, you will introduce this and then it will take them down like the rabbit hole, it's like, oh, who's Moxie, who's Steve Jones, who's Sophie, all of these things. And just diving into that more, maybe if people have their own, like you had Jeremy on there who's got Eat This Podcast, and people start watching, and they start listening to that, and it just leads them into other rooms,
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen, do you listen to many of, have you listened to many of Jeremy's podcasts?
I listened to some, I don't know.
So many on grain.
Oh yeah, he's really into it because he's like
really,
a baker himself,
Yeah,
yeah. That, yeah.
Yeah, and he teaches people how to bake. So
oh, great.
I think out of his apartment, apparently. I haven't asked him directly, how to where are you when you're teaching people, but I think he must teach them out of his apartment. Not sure, but I think that flavor and just aesthetics in general are so important, and that's one of the things that I've really liked about the work that you do, because you you're a scientist, but you are clearly interested in and aware of the necessity for seducing people with beauty.
Yeah.
That there's that element in what we're doing, in what people who are working on so many different aspects of food is, people want to learn the reasons why something's good, but they also want to just appreciate its beauty. They want to eat it, they want to see it. And I like the way you don't preach it, you show it, and that's the important thing, I think.
Well, I mean, and you think about, I think about this a lot when organizing events, whether, and it's like, there's going to be a lot of different individuals in the room, hopefully, that's what we're always looking for. Like, let's get a wide diversity of individuals, and knowing that like, not everything is going to grab their attention, what is it, that's gonna, be really excited. Alice is saying, yeah, Sean's photography. And yes, like it's, because we do have in academia, we have this, way that we communicate, and it usually has a lot of words, and that's fine for people who like that. Like, we all can grasp onto that and be excited about that. But, we know that most people are pretty visual, and and can just be inspired and in awe of art. So whether that's photography or sculpture or illustration, partnering up with these artists that bring that to life and at least grab someone's attention to want to be able to like look further, like, what is this thing, and so also at these events, trying to like figure out like something tactile, something art, something tactile, something, like what are the things that are going to bring people in. When we were doing the Sagra earlier, also here on YouTube, it's like, we're going to talk about vegetables, and we can talk about, research that's happening right now in plant breeding, but we can also talk about like where they're from in the world, what cultures are they important in, how they've traveled around, folklore, medicine, all these different things, nutrition. So, what's interesting to me is not necessarily going to be interesting to someone else. So, trying to like, just access people and make them, feel like this is for you. This is for all of us. And however we can grab their attention. But yeah, I think that art is a really great way to do that, because I mean, art's great. I don't know if anybody's like, yeah, I'm not really into art. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah.
I'm going to write this out for someone.
So, something that I'm curious to know how the conference is how Grains Week is dealing, a topic they're dealing with, is the historical moment we're in, politically. And I have to say the film is pretty Eurocentric in terms of the grains that are the focus, wheat, barley, rye, But as part of the Colorado Grain Chain, I'm also we're doing a special issue of our newsletter on corn with a primary focus on indigenous corn, and that's really not going to get featured in the film because you can only do so much in a single film. That maybe that's something I'll do next is something on corn. It's a completely different geopolitical and cultural subject. But it reminds me, I gave a lecture for grain school on trade routes and colonialism and food sovereignty, and how the cultural politics of food sovereignty, which are so interesting. And part of me feels guilty working on a film about European grains when we're on a continent where those grains were not indigenous, and they were brought here by white settlers, white European settlers. And but it's also interesting that some of the foods that are so important in Europe now came from here. Yes. And that's what they call the Columbian exchange, is all about the way food went both ways. Foodways went both ways. Obviously tomatoes and squash and maize went to Europe, and they're all so central to, for example, Italian cuisine.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be a fantastic also documentary. And I that's one place that I feel like I think is very interesting, is how the food is traveled around, where it's from, how it's traveled around, how it's impacted all of us. Because like the tomato that we think about is ubiquitous in Italy is not from Italy.
Right.
How did that get from here? And in Italy, when you go there, you say that you like something, they're like, the 9th century, the Arabs brought it to us, they know their history really well, but we, as Americans, don't know a lot of that. And so at the Variety Showcase, actually, Alice, who's our other tech person that's on right now, curated, along with a couple of other people, this art exhibit that's much like the art here, that shows like vegetables over time. And we talked about the Columbia Exchange and how things had, arrived from different places. And I think that is one of those ways to grab people's attentions. But it was also very Eurocentric. We had to that's where the predominant art was from Europe during the Renaissance. So there's so many other stories to tell. And right now, actually, there's a lot, I feel like there's a resurgence in interest on African grains like tuff and fonio and amaranth and others that are very foreign to most Americans. But I think that it would be fantastic to kind of shed light on that and have people understand more what those grains are, where all these grains are from. There was a really great presentation that during Collards Week too, about where Collards has come from and the importance they had in African-American cuisine in the United States. And it's just also fascinating, and I think that's a really history is just a really cool way, good way to get people excited and engaged.
Yeah. I'm sure you're familiar with Michael Twitty.
It was his presentation. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. He did the presentation during Collards Week. Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, cool. Did he really? He just came out with a book on rice.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's I haven't seen the book yet, but his book, the Cooking Gene.
Mm-hmm.
So in that book, he talks a lot about the seeds that were the different foods that were brought over by enslaved people, and he talks about rice quite a bit in there, as well as sorghum, another grain that we don't discuss very often.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and what he has to say, it's just. He also discusses corn and how corn was embraced by African slaves, and talks about nixtamalization and how we don't do it right here. Americans don't know how to eat corn. I guess Europeans don't know how to
Well,
eat
yeah,
corn.
they got the corn over there in the northern Italy, but they didn't get the knowledge of nixtamalization because they just
Right.
make polenta without doing that, and
Yeah.
they're missing out.
Right.
Yeah.
Missing out on all those nutrients.
Yeah.
But it is it's so much fun to think about the range of possibilities on stories that can be told about grains. I don't know if you're familiar with the series that's on Amazon about ancient grains. Have you seen it?
Mhm.
There's a series, and they have just about every grain and pseudo cereal you can imagine, including quinoa and amaranth. And just telling the story of amaranth is fascinating because I don't know if anybody has spoken here at this event on amaranth, but amaranth, the conquistadors forbade the cultivation of amaranth by indigenous people who they were conquering. They wanted them to eat wheat, and they also viewed because amaranth was used in rituals, some of which involved human sacrifice. They didn't want to have anything to do with it, and they forbade people to cultivate amaranth. So it really was a resistance. Only through resistance did the cultivation of the grain continue.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I never I never even saw amaranth grain until I moved here in Oregon, but I grew up in Florida, and we would eat the greens like callaloo because of like the Caribbean influence in Florida. So we ate amaranth greens, but not just like turnips. You ate turnip greens, but never turnip, root.
Right.
Yeah. So mostly when people still like talk about amaranth, I'm thinking about the greens.
The greens. Interesting. I don't think I've ever eaten the greens, but I do eat the grain. I have it as cereal sometimes. And yeah, I've tried cooking with a lot of these because I don't think you can. I think that's part of what is important about educating people is getting them to experiment. And we're going to do something with we're going to do future discussions about a lot of these what are called pseudo cereals, like quinoa and amaranth. I don't know if you've eaten fonio.
Haven't, no.
I have, but I don't know if I got a fair representation of it because I bought it online, and I don't know if I just cooked it poorly or it cooks super fast. But it had it tasted like it might have been stale, and I wondered if it had been sitting in storage for too long. But anyway, back to the film. The photography that we've done, most of it was by my colleague Paul Darby, and he's just so talented. And he's not at all a grain geek. He's really not motivated by this subject. Our offices are next to each other. And so we talk a lot about this subject, and he's learned a lot from me, but he's more interested in, how can we get beautiful images, which is perfect, because he knows that how important that is. I keep using the word seduce.
Right. Yeah. It's even, vegetable. I work in vegetables mostly, and it's like, you can have the best tasting thing, but if it doesn't look good, it's like, that's what we always have to ask people when they're doing even flavor evaluations. They have to also evaluate the appearance, because people are going to, even if you tell them this is the best tasting one, they're going to go for the one that they like the appearance of first.
It excites the eyes. Yeah.
We're very superficial species.
Yeah, but it is it's been great working with him. And he and I have spent a lot of time talking about, how can we narrow things. One story that the film will tell that isn't developed in the version that you have, but we've shot a lot. We've shot about 30 hours worth of footage. And one of the stories that we want to tell is about turkey red wheat. And again, I want to make the caveat that we're not fetishizing heritage grains, but turkey red wheat needs to be understood for how important it was. Prior to World War II, it was the dominant wheat grown in the Midwest. It's a hard red winter wheat, and it's got incredible flavor. And I know that breeders have probably taken a lot of the traits and made a number of different innovations with it, and I'm sure they're good as well. But the story of turkey red wheat is so interesting because there is an aspect to heritage grains that I think is interesting, and it has to do with the cultural history of a grain. And that's the part where I think a lot of people don't think about, well, why are we becoming so obsessed about heritage grains? That it has to do with the cultural history of it, just the way einkorn has this fascinating cultural history. The case of turkey red, we went to Kansas and interviewed museum curators and historians who know about the history of Kansas and Kansas wheat and the role of the Mennonite farmers who came over from Russia and brought wheat with them and planted it in the 1870s. And it was a result of their initial contribution that it became the dominant wheat in the Midwest. So that's, it's an interesting story, and it's also got its problems because turkey red wheat was the wheat that was primarily being grown when the Dust Bowl crisis happened.
Well, yeah, I think that these stories are really interesting and also things that people want to hear,
Yeah.
I think it's a really good way to engage people.
Yeah, and I think that for the average person who's just starting to take an interest in why should I, this bread, they're talking about heritage grains or whatever. They want to know, what does that mean? So part of what we'll do in the film is try to explain what that means. I mean, you could tell another story about white Sonoran wheat, which the Spanish brought over and established throughout the Southwest. That it has its own interesting cultural history.
Yeah. Well, I hope that you can weave in as many of those stories as possible.
Well, we're not going to do.
It sounds like you have a lot of documentaries in you, I feel like.
Yeah, we're going to narrow it out of we have no other choice because the time constraint will 55 minutes says you're going to do this and not that. But it is fun making those choices and trying to be true to what it is we're attempting, which is to get people interested and excited, so that they'll maybe go to the extra effort to buy some different kind of flour, to go to a bakery that is an artisan bakery and see what all the fuss is about, and hope that that it doesn't remain just the purview of privileged white people, but it becomes more interesting to a wider swath of the population. It shouldn't just be something
for doing that. Yeah.
Say what?
I thank you very much for doing this work. I'm very appreciative that you're doing this work and trying to get people interested. And And I appreciate you joining us here today. We're at 4, so
yeah, it's time to
for the
stop.
day, and then Abba is going to make an announcement. But I want to really wholeheartedly thank you so much for joining us and doing this great work.
Thank you so much. I really appreciated you asking me to come and talk. It's
all right. Hope to see you next time in person.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
Thanks, Lane. Thanks, Andrew. I'm just going to close out the day by making a few announcements. We've had such an amazing week so far, and we have one more day left of programming. There are going to be 2 talks tomorrow, one on rotational crops for diversified market channels, and then a book talk with Jennifer Lapidus of Carolina Ground. And then we're going to go into kind of a special update around back when COVID first hit. A lot of the value chain coordinators across the nation got together and started talking to each other about how to share resources and really leverage collaboration and looking at different initiatives that we could all rally behind. And sort of out of that relationship building, we have these fun value chain updates that are really informative, that show really across the nation what value chain coordinators are up to. So we'll move from east to west, starting with Grow NYC and Glenwood, along with Common Grain Alliance and the Northeast Grain Shed Alliance on the East Coast, and then followed by the Artisan Grains Collaborative and the Appalachian Staple Foods Collaborative, and then Farmer Mine Union on the West Coast, along with myself as Cascadia Grains and the Hockey Farmers Collective, who are leading the charge on a BIPOC farmer-led research initiative to look at culturally relevant staple crops and closing the loop on BIPOC farmers and their consumers in Washington State and beyond. So if you have any interest in connecting more with value chain coordinators across the country, please tune in tomorrow to hear some updates from them. And then we hope that you'll join us as well for the last moments of Grains Week at 2:50 p.m. Pacific, where we will raise a glass to all of the amazing sessions that have happened this week. And want to give a big thanks again to Lane and Andrew for closing us out on such an inspiring note. And with that, we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, YouTube, Culinary Breeding Network YouTube. All right, take care, everybody. Bye.